Right, we're going to make a start, members. If you're all able to take your seats before we switch the live stream on. Okay, morning, members. Welcome to our 2025 annual general meeting. Can I call order at the back of the room? The one and only time in the year where I get the chance to take the chair. Item 1 is live streaming recording. Just to inform members of the public that the meeting's been live streamed and recorded. Item 2, I'm sure you're all familiar with the emergency evacuation procedure, which is out of that door there, out the door immediately right, and onto the garden at the front of the old vicarage. And then item 3, first substantive item of business is election of the chair to take office until the next annual general meeting in 2026. So can I first invite nominations for chair of the authority? David Jeffels.
Can I propose Jim Bailey?
You can indeed propose Jim Bailey to serve as chair. Can I have? Do I have a seconder for that? Clive? So I've got a proposer and a seconder for Jim Bailey. Jim, can I confirm that you're willing to stand as chair? Thank you very much. Can I ask if there are any other nominations for chair of the authority? Okay, so just in line with us, I was going to say scheme of delegation, but I mean standing orders. Can I just have a show of hands to confirm that everybody's content to elect Jim Bailey as chair, and I can confirm that that's unanimous. Thank you very much. I'll now hand over the chair to Jim, and probably through a little bit of crafty footwork, find out how you and I are going to sit together.
Yeah, thanks very much, members. Thank you for your confidence in me, and to be an honour to serve you and the authorities for the coming year as best I can. Moving on, the next item on the agenda is the election of a deputy chair to take office until the next annual meeting. Could we have some nominations for that? Jay?
Yeah, nominate
Malcolm Bowes. Is it Clive to second? Yeah, David to third. Are there any other nominations? Are you happy to stand, Malcolm?
That'd be a pleasure.
Great. Can we just take a show of hands on Malcolm Bowes, please? I think that is unanimous, except for Malcolm, which is a bit rolly. Put your hand up, Malcolm. Thank you. That is unanimous.
Yeah. No, can I just thank you. I mean, I think me and Jim worked well as a team. We'll continue to do so. That's just really a privilege to be here. Thanks.
Great. So, Moving on then, on our agenda, it is apologies for absence.
We have Michelle Donoghue Moncrief, Arnold Wannigan and Abida Nayar.
Any more? Okay, thank you. Public minutes of the meeting held on the 17th of March 2025. It should be there on page 1 of our agendas. Are we happy to take those as a to record?
Yes.
Nods all down and no dissent from that. Thank you. Next, it is public question time. Do we have any public questions?
I've not notified to me, Chair.
Okay. Item 8, it's a reminder to declare your personal or prejudicial interests in any item, should you have it, and to declare the nature of that interest in the form which might be provided. At item 9, it's our annual committee membership and voting arrangements. Before we go into this, I think I did send the members an email rather late yesterday, I mean early yesterday, but late in the day, with a sort of an updated proposal of the committee places, which we did last year. Did you have that available, Judith?
Yes. Your copy, but I've changed it on the calendar.
Oh.
If you want to look at that.
Oh. Okay. So do we have a PowerPoint?
Yes.
Right. So, have members have the chance to have a look at that on the email? Okay. I think so. The proposal that it has is on Judith's PowerPoint, which is different from our agenda. But the point is that members can accept it en bloc as an allocation, or if not, then we have to go through the secret ballot voting process, which would be taking nominations. It doesn't have to be, anyone can make a nomination today if they want to. It doesn't have to be on the agenda beforehand. And where we have a Secretary of State split and local authority split requirement, we would take those as two separate ballots, because one for the Secretary of State members and one for the local authority members. So I'm sorry if that's a little bit confusing, but Malcolm.
Just a quick word, Jim. There's only 4 members expressed an interest in the development plan working.
Well, you haven't read the email.
Oh, sorry.
Oh
no, you're right. I'm just looking at the.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. So
all I was going to say, I'm just going to emphasise the importance of the development plan working group, and I thought this opportunity for somebody to express John
worked through the other ones first.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll just go through the proposals on here, and you can see whether you're happy with that or not. And if you're not happy, then we'll start again and do the voting. How's that? How's that? So we have Recreation and Wellbeing Forum, and I put John McHugh on that as opposed to conservation, which I tried to catch up with you, John, but didn't hear him.
I'm sorry, Chair, I wasn't aware I was on that committee. I'm on the climate and the local access forum.
Okay, and so would you be happy to go to that committee instead of climate change for a year?
Instead of climate change?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Would you? I did try and send you a message about it, but I haven't caught it. Good, that's the key to you're the key to the whole plan, John.
Yeah.
No. So that's recreation well-being. That's climate change and conservation. Which is, Everyone? Next is Frask, which is same as last time. And next development plan working group. So moving on from Malcolm's point,
Need one nomination.
I put those people on there. I had Malcolm Bowes on there because he'd asked to do it, and I wasn't sure whether he could do what he wanted to do as an ex officio. But if he's happy to be ex officio, then we can fit another person on there if they're interested. I put Paul in there because I wanted to get him roped into something, and Bob Marley's kindly going to help us out on there. I think otherwise there are people who let's see, Clive, John Ritchie. So taking a bit of a punt here, if anyone wants to do it or doesn't want to do it, shout now. It will be quite a bit of work actually. You know, I suggested looking at the Chris behind me, you know, it's going to be at least 4 meetings, I would have thought, and some quite meaty issues to get through, dealing with the consultation and policies.
How frequent?
Well, I was guessing that we'd need about 4 meetings in the coming year.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably as and when we need them. The whole local plan is going to review. It's not a new local plan, so it's a review, and that's going to start probably in September, running for probably at least the next 2 years after that. I don't know. Was it quarterly we used to meet? Yeah. Thank you. So about quarterly at the most. Thanks, Chair.
Sorry, Chris. Thank you. Jane?
If you need another Secretary of State member on it, I'm happy to be on it, but only that I'm already on 2 committees. But if you need another Secretary of State, I can more meetings and perhaps come with property.
Okay. Well, my instinct was that I know Malcolm put it on his form as interested, so I think we should just appoint him. And that'll. Well, otherwise we're going to be. Otherwise, by the time you've got 9 members and then you've got 2 ex officios, you know, and Tom Cobley, there's not going to be many people that's not on the working committee. So would that be? Yeah. So maybe you misunderstood. So if there's nobody else clamouring to do it or to get off, we'll put Malcolm on as the 9th member. I don't think we're restricted to Secretary of State or local authority members on this.
There is a quota yet, but we are subject to Malcolm being a member of the committee. Then we will be our complement on both sides of the house, as it were.
Okay. Happy to.
Yes, happy to.
What's next? So, stakeholder working group. I think it's that's before. Thank you, members. Personal appeals panel is something that we really don't want, but if we do need it, we've got those members there. Happy to continue on that. EDI, we've got same people there. In Arnold's absence, I'm happy to keep him on there. Excuse me. And we'll come to the outside bodies next. So I thought that we'd have this. I just put them on a little sheet, which is quite easy to see everybody, but you should have that on your email if you haven't seen it. Nearly everybody gets everything they want. If John McHugh's kindly happy to have a go on recreation instead of conservation, then it's job done. So members can accept that unanimously. I think it has to defer to Richard I think it has to be unanimous, otherwise it's our standing orders.
It has to be at least 50% of those voting, so it's a 50% threshold.
Okay. Well, again, I really wouldn't want to force anyone to accept something that they didn't want allowed to vote. But so, is everybody happy with that?
Yes.
Anybody unhappy? Great. So can we take that as our proposal for the committees, and we'll just, I need to check the recommendation, we'll just bank that and we'll go through the outside bodies and we'll make a resolution. Is that right, Tom?
Yeah, I think I'm just checking the standing orders earlier. I think we need a proposer, a seconder, and then just a vote in favour. Yeah.
Great. Clive? You propose that as our allocation of committees for the coming year. Do you want to take a vote now?
I think so, yeah, and then we can move on to outside bodies.
Okay. So are we all in favour of that? Thanks very much, members.
Yeah, it's unanimous.
Thank you. And it's good for the members who can't be here today to get them roped into something. Or better still, we could actually allocate them everything. And I think it's really important that just as an aside comment, that I think being able to work collectively as a whole team of members is really important. And I think if you sort of stop doing that, then you start to get factions, and then you start to everything's decided by votes. And I've seen other boards where they become quite divided just on principle instead of keeping a focus on the job in hand and the best way to do it. So thank you very much for that. On to outside bodies. So we don't have Christine here, but Christine's putting her interest in. So we have two proposals for the campaign for national parks. Shall we deal with that next?
Yeah.
So just to be sure, do we have a proposer and a seconder for both of those people for the campaign for national parks? Yeah. And is there a proposer and a seconder for Christine? Yeah. So just, I mean, I think it's right that we should make a decision in their absence. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, she's emailed and asked if she wants to do that, so I think we can respect that. Yeah. Oh, brilliant. You'd have to gain a pen. I see. It's like the
So
just money you can't take away.
Just to be clear here, one name on the voting slips, we're voting for appointments from the authority to campaign for national parks. So Christine Robertson, David Jeffers.
Maybe we should just ask them for 2 appointments and be done with it. So while Tom's dealing with that, the next item, that's the local access forum. There's only one representative, which is David Hugill. Are you happy to continue, David?
Yeah, I'll continue.
Okay. Is there anybody else wanting to do that? No? Okay, so we'll have it done by the time we get back home.
Thanks, members. I can confirm that David Jeffels has been duly elected as your representative on Campaign for National Parks.
No, I don't think so. Well, you maybe could, but I don't know. That's good.
I think you can do that under the standing orders, can't you?
It's a secret ballot, we can disclose the numbers. Yeah.
Okay.
So 10-5.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Well done, congratulations, David.
Thank you very much. The agreement I had with Christine last year was that I couldn't make a motion, should it accept it.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that's partly up to them. But if they're happy with that, I think we as a board would be very happy for Christine to be a sub. Brilliant. Can we minute that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just so it's a formal thing. Well, great. Okay. So David Hugill is happy to do the local access forum, and the no others. Thank you, David. Local government, York and East Riding Housing Board. Did you have something to say about that, Chris?
Yes, thanks, Chair. This has been overtaken by events in terms of local government organisation and shifting functions and the new combined authority. So what will take that place is something called the Strategic Place Partnership, which will be chaired by the Mayor and will involve Homes England and important regional players. And hopefully the two national parks will be part of that body, but that's not yet confirmed. So we're not in a position to actually appoint anyone at the moment. Yeah. As and when that happens, we'll maybe come back to a committee and appoint members, because I think it really is important that we are involved in that.
So that will be a new strategic arrangement, and we might have to have a pick, whether it's a member or the chair of planning or something. You know, when that happens, I think we ought to have a think about how and who we put in there to represent us. Okay. RAF Fylingdales. There's two members, Joy and Colin. Happy to do it, Colin?
I take it Sharon maybe won't be meeting again, will you? You're too busy watching what's happening
It's the reality is this group's been in abeyance for 3 years, and although we maintain a engagement with the MOD primarily through DIO, Defence Infrastructure Organisation, who manage the estate at RAF Fylingdales. We haven't had strategic engagement with the base itself for a few years now. It's something that we are keen to revive, but mindful that there may well be other pressing priorities that make it more challenging for them to engage with us.
Sure. So we'll put the members there, but it may be that we need to discuss a different form, perhaps for interacting with Fylingdales, maybe along with our other estates, or however that works. Yeah. But anyway, Joy and Colin are there to head the team if they want to meet. Or of course we could invite them here, but is that the end of that, Julie?
Yeah.
Great. So, do we need to take another resolution about those nominations?
I think just to be on the safe side, yes, please. Propose a seconder and then a vote.
Yep. So we've sorted out our nominees for outside bodies. Happy to move from the chair that those be endorsed.
We've got a seconder. Thanks,
No,
Malcolm.
the seconder. So all in favour of those outside bodies, please. Thank you. That's unanimous. Great. Well, that brings us to the end of our AGM business as such.
So it brings us to the end of the committee and appointments voting.
Yep. So co-opted appointments. I'm going to we'll do this item. We'll just take a few minutes then to get our business heads on. So next item, it's the review of co-opted appointments. Is that your paper?
It is my paper. So members, I'll ease you back into normal business of National Park Authority meetings lightly. But you'll recall at the last authority meeting, I discussed in the Chief Executive report an intention to review our co-opted appointments, and the paper that's in front of you here is a kind of summary of the I suppose the outcomes of my own sort of thoughts and reflections, having engaged a little bit with the chair of the Wrekin Wellbeing Forum, the Conservation and Climate Change Forum, and also Luke Holmes, who we co-opted to the authority last year. So just as a kind of a rewind, back in 2023, the authority undertook a light touch governance review, primarily focused on the committee arrangements of the authority. As part of that review, members approved a recommendation to allow or enable co-options to our two forums, seeking to work with our youth voice group to appoint a couple of co-options representing their lived experience of young people to those two forums. We were able to, through a process of a small selection panel, appoint Luke Holmes to serve on the Conservation and Climate Change Forum around about this time last year. I know Luke had a few issues attending a couple of meetings initially, but he's certainly been able to attend latterly and participate in meetings. I know members had a chance to meet him on the joint forum visit to Sutton Bank last week. And I think, Patrick will confirm otherwise, but the experience so far of that co-option appears to be working well. The experience with regard to the Recreation and Wellbeing Forum has been a little bit more challenging, and although we've had a couple of conversations with the Youth Voice group and certainly one individual who may or may not have been interested, we haven't as yet been able to interview somebody to serve as a co-option on that particular forum, which has been disappointing. And I think the reflection that I have from that is that whilst we remain solid champions of driving more youth engagement in the National Park Authority, particularly through the Youth Voice group, it is necessarily, because of the size of the group, a little bit limiting. And the experience of our counterparts over the other side of the A1 in also undertaking co-options to their National Park Authority, which they approved back in October last year, and have undertaken through an open recruitment process. It suggests to me that moving towards that approach in future probably is a slightly better way of going about this. And so I guess in summary, members, there are three recommendations through that light touch review of co-options. First of all, we know that Luke is keen and willing to stand for another year as a co-opted member of the Wrekin Wellbeing Forum. We agreed that the appointments will be for 12 months, but they're renewable by the authority. So the first recommendation is to reappoint Luke to serve on the on the Conservation and Climate Change Forum. Thanks, Keith. Keep getting my acronyms muddled up here. Going forward, and for the Recreation and Wellbeing Forum to move towards an open recruitment process. So we'll look to kick that process off, subject to your approval of that recommendation. And then finally, I think one of our reflections is that we'd like some of these officers, like our young people, to have the best and most complete experience possible of engaging with the authority's governance, and therefore to just open up the opportunities a little bit more for them to engage with the authority through participation in training events and by invitation to the chair through engaging in the two in this meeting and the FRASC meeting as observers.
Great.
I'll pause there, Chair.
Brilliant. So I'll go to Patrick as the chair of the forum that Luke's on to tell us what you think.
Chair. Just briefly, I welcome the proposal to extend Luke Holmes' appointment for another year. I welcome that proposal. I'm happy to propose it. It's been very refreshing having him on the committee. Also, one or two things. It's a good discipline. Sometimes at these meetings, there's an assumption that we know about what the subjects are, and he's very good at testing those assumptions, and sometimes assumptions aren't correct. So it's very useful having him there, and he's contributed very well. He couldn't be a nicer person. So I support the principle of it and support him personally.
Great. It's really good to hear. Any other questions? Malcolm?
There's no,
Well,
there's no other comments. I'm very happy to second the support for Luke. I was talking to him when we were walking around the bank last week, and he's enjoying it, and he's an excellent person. So he contributes a lot. Very happy with that.
yeah. And so a couple of comments from my own point of view, having started out this journey, as Tom says, many years ago. We found it, although we started a long time ago trying to get co-opting young people, it's a bit of frustration really that we found it difficult to get people like that through other means, and so we just said, well, we'll go and co-opt our own. It wasn't as simple as that for all sorts of legal reasons. But I'm really pleased that Luke's come good. You'd really hope that a young person would enjoy doing it, they would learn from doing it. I'd also hope that it wouldn't be their sole ambition in life in their 20s, and joining the National Parks Forum, people of that age are on journeys to other places, you'd hope. And so I think, learning and recognising all those facts is important too. But we did have a conversation, and we did sort of plump for Youth Voice to be our vehicle to finding those people. And I remember having a conversation a couple of years ago in this forum about that. And so I do think that we need to find a slightly more open way of getting the other co-optee onto our second forum, which we really wanted to do. It seems that it's definitely worth pursuing. But the other thing I'd just like to say is that these are members' co-options, and it's really important that these people interact with us as members, that they're our young people as a board, not our officers' young people as the paid service. And forgive me for putting it like that, but and so it's really great that the chair of conservation, is the point of contact for our young person and the person who should lead them. And I'd like the chair of recreation and wellbeing to be, the main point of contact for a young person that we appoint and the person that should lead them. And that leads me to think that probably the chair of recreation and wellbeing should be the person that leads a recruitment process, or to decide how we're going to go about getting somebody into the system. Sorry to go on. We had a sort of light touch appraisal kind of interview for Luke, just to make sure that he understood, the business of the authority and vice versa, and I think that would need to be repeated.
Yeah.
And I think the recommendation is that the chief executive shall consult with the chair of the Recreation and Wellbeing and the authority in doing that. I'm told that there's some legal issues, which means that the chair of Recreation can't lead that. It has to be led by the chief executive. My instinct is that it should be led by the chair of Recreation and Wellbeing. But if there's a legal reason why not, I'm happy to leave that like that. But just in practice, that kind of small appointment panel, the same thing that we did for Conservation and Luke, was that Patrick, myself and Tom made in effect a little sort of panel to deal with the learning process and to get closer to the young people to try and find out what works. And so if this could work in the same way with the chair of Recreation and Wellbeing, whoever that would be, that's what I'm thinking. If there's a legal issue where it has to be Tom that appoints them, I'm happy with that. My instinct would be I'd like it to be the members, but hey ho. Jane.
Having been at that recreational and I thought he was fantastic. I completely agree, and I agree completely with the fact that the chair of wellbeing and recreation should also be very much leading this along with Tom. I'm just concerned that our timings of our meetings, are how we meet, a barrier to youth being able to, at the start of their careers, just knowing I have children in my 20s and 4 meetings a year during the day is something quite difficult to get to. So I don't know, is there any way that we can make ourselves more attractive in the times that we meet for encouraging youth appointments? Just a question.
Yeah, no, it's a really good point, James. Just on the first point and picking up your comment, Chair. I don't want to labour the point. As I said in my paper, the process of having a small panel works really well for the Conservation and Climate Change Forum. So we should repeat that. Formally, the Local Government Act, I think it's Section 101, Richard, doesn't only allows delegation of powers to either committees, subcommittees, or to an officer. And so formally, I would have to, I suppose, sign off the piece of paper, but I'd fully intend to do that through Janet taking the lead as subject to Janet's, of course, as re-election as chair of Rec and Wellbeing Forum in doing that. So just to make sure that's dealt with. I think in terms of participation, definitely we do sometimes make it challenging. It works for us as officers in the National Park Authority to hold meetings in the daytime because we work here. But if you happen to work somewhere else and you're in your 20s, then you aren't necessarily asking people to take some time out of their day, and therefore that will always be challenging. The fact that the Conservation and Climate Change Forum and the Rec and Wellbeing Forum now meet on a hybrid basis, which they can do, makes that a little bit easier. And of course, as I think I've indicated in one of the papers here, in my chief exec's report, the outcome of a consultation that was launched at the end of last year on the local government regulations about in-person meetings will allow us to be a little bit more flexible about participation in future, subject to changing the legislation, which might take a little bit of time to do. So hopefully that enables people to get involved a bit more freely and a bit more easily, but we should always keep open whether actually meeting during the day it is a barrier, whether actually holding things early evening might make things better. But swings and roundabouts, we've had the conversation before, there'll always be something, and therefore it isn't easy to be really definitive about what's going to work, but definitely being rigid about being in person is a challenge if you work full time. Yeah.
So I think, to be honest, that's something that we'll take along the way in finding a recruitment process. That'll be a question we could ask the people that we get. What works for you best, and hopefully, we're learning still along with them. But I couldn't be at the joint forum a few days ago, but apparently Luke enjoyed himself there, and that's just exactly the sort of thing that we're hoping to provide and gain. So on the other recommendation, having the two. So having like those people to be formal participants in our member training events, which sounds absolutely fine. But then that they would chair full authority and FIASC by virtue of invitation of the chair, and presumably we're talking about those being to participate in the meeting as opposed to just sit in the gallery like I don't know what members are expecting or officers, but I'd imagine that would mean to be invited to join the meeting as an observer rather than just sitting in the gallery like any member of the public can do.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, I will defer to my colleagues on my left and on my right if I'm messing this up. We know that under the local government regulations, you can only co-opt 2 committees. You can't co-opt to the full authority meeting. However, members of the public are able to attend both meetings. They're not able to participate in the meeting other than by invitation of the chair, and therefore, if we wanted to, and this is about encouragement and enablement rather than attendance by right, but if you wanted to enable them to participate as fully as possible, then you'd have to do that through invitation of the chair.
Okay. Janet?
Just a point of clarity that they then would have, if there were any items that were private business where the public were excluded, that would apply to the co-opted member as well, wouldn't it?
Correct.
They couldn't be allowed to participate, and particularly for FRASC, where there might be some items of a sensitive nature, commercial. So it's awkward, but that is the case, isn't it?
Correct. That is the case, John.
Yeah, thank you.
And again, I think we should try it and see how it goes. So who was that? Keith?
Yeah, Chairman, if I may as well, thanks. Again, just for clarity, I think it's probably understood, but those participating as observers invited by the chair to participate still could not exercise a vote in those meetings. Just to be clear on that.
Okay, so we're learning as we go, but I think, in a year's time, hopefully, the chair of FIASC and the authority will have some experience along with the young people, and we'll see what happens. My instinct is that, the more interface with the members that those people can have, the more we can gain from each other. So the only other thing was remuneration. We did make a remuneration package which reflected those people attending. By suggesting that they should attend more now, do we need to adjust that, or give them travel expenses, or?
So members have already accepted the principle of remuneration in a previous recommendation. I can't quite remember the committee. We've offered that to Luke on a pro rata basis, based on a sort of equivalent attendance that he can make. My proposal would be to extend that. It's not likely to be a significant cost to the authority, but it would certainly help in terms of participation levels. But it's open to members to review that and reconsider that. And we do pay travel. We do pay reasonable reasonable out of pocket expenses.
Yeah, well, I think that would be the way to do it. I think that the proportional allocation was would work out reasonably. It would more than cover Luke's expenses in the last year, I'm pretty sure, given he hadn't been able to get to some meetings and this and that. So I think that's probably okay. My instinct would be travel and subsistence for extra trips to FIASC authority or training.
Okay.
Let's see how that goes. Colin.
It doesn't actually say in this recommendation that you're talking about young people.
Right.
You know, I mean, we're quite fortunate to have Keith come into the FRASC meetings as co-opted member, and long may it continue. But if you're wanting young members, then sure in this recommendation you should put young members as well.
It's a.
It's not actually
We had
mentioned.
so I mean youth voice, because we did it kind of through youth voice. Youth voice have a definition of who should be a youth voice, and that did that for us. But I can't remember what it was. Was it?
You'll have to forgive me, as I don't have the trail of papers from previous recommendations, but I seem to recall that a recommendation back in either 2023 or early 2024 that ultimately led to us making this opportunity, made it clear that the focus would be on young people. But I'd have to go back over the papers, Colin, to be absolutely certain. If you wanted to make it more specific, that we were looking to make options to people between the ages of 18 to 30, which is, I think, the basis on which the Yorkshire Dales do that, then then that will be fine.
It's a really good point. It's a really good point, because someone might challenge us to that. I mean, I still feel quite young sometimes. You know. So I don't know where the definition lies, Colin. You're right. Can we take that away? Can we deal with that? To add a definition of young people, we should consult with youth voices or standing orders, I think. But maybe could we delegate that to the Chair of Recreation and Wellbeing and Authority and Tom, as well as the appointment, given that there's a clear view that it should be a young person.
Yeah.
Do I need to do some formal wording for that, Richard, or are we happy to take that as an aside?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Great. We've gone on a bit, but it's I think it's really important, and also it's great. We're one of the leading authorities on this, although it's taken us a long time to get there, and making progress. Janet, before we take the recommendation.
Sorry, it's really just to move things on, because so it's the next Recreation and Wellbeing Forum that will elect the chair. But we're in a gap, aren't we? We don't have a chair, and so we're delegating something. So in order to do the work, we need to say, is it? I was currently, but we're going to appoint another chair. So how do we move it on when we don't have that person in post just yet, and the next meeting isn't for a while?
I think that you're still the chair until the next Recreation and Wellbeing meeting. So
right, that's fine. I just want to check. I can
say that between now and then,
it's me until
you would be the chair.
There's another. Right, that's fine. I just wanted to check that we were going to be able to do the work. Yeah. Thank you. I should have known that. Thank you, Jim.
It would be good to get it. It would be good to get this done soon. In fact, I know back in spring I did talk to Tom that maybe I do think we had a resolution to be able to do that, but it takes time. Yeah. It takes time and care, to deal with our young people. It does take time and care, but it's really, really valuable work. Happy with the recommendations? Malcolm moved them. Yeah, Colin will second them. All in favour? Good. I think that's unanimous.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, sir, I'm just going to take a quick pit stop before we get into the next step.
Fine.
Get myself calmed down, Tom, and get me muddy head on. I'll just take 5 minutes. Yeah. Thanks, members. So, thank you for that. We'll reconvene the meeting with agenda item 11, which is the property update, including new Ranger Depot proposal. Page 12. Helen and Peter are going to take us through the report. You notice that the single private item that we have on the agenda is about some of the more commercial details to this. And what I'm suggesting is that we go through the report, have some discussions, some questions, but before we take the recommendation, I think we'll go into private session so that members can have a look at the commercial details as well. And then we'll come back into public session to make a decision on the proposals. But I think having a look at it, it would be right that members have the chance to talk about those commercial issues before finalising the recommendations. So that's the plan. But we'll go through the paper, move into private session before we take the recommendations so that you can talk about that. Is that okay?
Yes. Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So as Jim refers to the item 11, the property review, we focus primarily today on the necessity to replace the Rangers depot at Sawmill Lane. And as you've read, the report considers the options to redevelop and explains the reasons for the officer's recommendation to relocate the southern depot to Rickle Drive. And the report explains the impact of the DEFRA funding that this has on the timing of the decision. So the current situation at Sawmill Lane is familiar to most of you, but I thought that it was useful to review the position today in the context of supporting and being able to make a decision. The failing structural integrity of the garage has previously been acknowledged by members, and officers do not believe that it is viable from a health and safety nor a reputational perspective to continue with existing premises without any further investment. It is therefore accepted that the facilities must be replaced. And the confirmation of the one-off capital funding from DEFRA provides an opportunity to proceed with investment to address this long-term need. So we've considered two options. Option 1, to rebuild the replacement garage on the existing Sawmill Lane site and to secure the long-term tenure of the adjoining compound. And option 2, to relocate to a new site with suitable buildings and compound space with long-term security. The alternative option, in option 2, we look at the old printworks off Rickle Drive. So looking at option 1 in detail. The key challenges identified in redeveloping the footprint on the existing Sawmill Lane site is that it is too small to accommodate a garage of the required size. And therefore the existing building would also need to be demolished, the existing office building would also need to be demolished, and the opportunity taken to reorientate the larger building so that we can resolve the current layout restrictions. Nor is the site large enough to provide the additional compound facility. And for any of those that don't know, the compound is our external sort of yard facility. The lease on that land expires in September 28, and the authority is conscious that we are now vulnerable to a short-term break notice. And therefore, in order to make this a viable option, we do need to secure tenure, and that could be either way of a freehold purchase or a long lease. The authority is keen to provide a physical or built environment which facilitates and encourages collaboration of multidisciplinary teams. And therefore, the sort of split between the various sites in Helmsley is considered to be a bit of a hindrance to the way in which officers see working practices developing. Looking at option 2. In September 2023, the authority purchased 2.1 acres of land off Rickle Drive, and one of those plots included the building known as the Old Printworks. During that purchase process, the valuers made a visual inspection of the building and assumed that it was beyond its economic life and needed to be demolished. However, we've subsequently assessed the site and had structural engineers to have a look at the building afresh, and they deemed that the concrete pad and the steel structure were sound. And therefore, in March, members were asked by officers to consider the proposal that they explore the option of repurposing this building. And since that time, discussions have been held with various teams who use the Sawmill Lane facilities, and this has enabled officers to identify the spatial needs and facilities that will be required to make this alternative option operational. The reconfiguration of the old printworks, as currently designed, is 470 square metres, and this compares to the existing Sawmill Lane garage of 328 metres. And this 43% increase in size does comfortably enable the authority to consolidate into one building the equipment used by the rangers, volunteers and project teams. So you probably want to have a look at the design that we currently have. So this one is, you remember this site, so the old Printworks building is the red on the left-hand side of the plot. And I'll come back to this one also in a little while. So this is just the main site of the office, and essentially we've had an awful lot of field trips with all of the teams who use the site, and they got their measuring equipment out and marked out with graffiti spray where they would like all of their different various kits to be stored, and this is the proposal that they came up with. So at the end of the building we have the 3 workshops, and running down the top of the site we have the drying space, the tools store, which is volunteers and all the various teams. So this is taking kit out of the shipping containers, and this is very small tea point and welfare facilities. On the wider site, this is the context of the site. So the bottom of the site, that's the boundary with the English Heritage buildings. And in the top right-hand corner, that square there is the existing signal box. So the remaining land around the structure will be used for our compound site, and we've also had teams sort of carving up which bits they'd all like to use. So the bit running along the bottom of the building in this drawing, for example, we could use that as a tree nursery for the forestry teams. We also have an area, sort of looks like a weird car shape with a trailer. That's our area for the biosecurity washdown facility. So having looked at the operational requirements, we've also assessed the economic case. And in both options, there is a financial cost. And therefore, we need to look at the economic overview. So going back to option 1, in September 2021, Align Property Partners provided a financial appraisal of the various options to demolish and rebuild the office and garage complex. They calculated that to demolish and rebuild on the existing footprint would cost around £500,000, and that adjusted for inflation would be about £660,000. Referring back to the operational requirements, to build a new unit of the required size and have it reorientated on the site, a cost would be in excess of these predictions. And because the site's not large enough to accommodate the external compound, the authority would also need to secure long-term facility of the existing facility at either a cost for purchase or to purchase a long lease. We look at option 2, the old Printworks. We have gone out to commercial tender. We went out to 5 firms and 4 firms submitted bids. and the initial results of those tenders have been returned. Because the exercise is still commercially sensitive at this stage, these can be found in the private paper in Appendix 1. And if I may, I'd just like to provide a little more detail on the price comparisons before we move to invite the Chair to go to private paper. So it is quite difficult to make an exact comparison between the Align report showing the prices to reuse the Sawmill Lane site and to do a new build, to reuse the old printworks. And there are two reasons for this, mainly. That the Align estimate was for the replacement building only, and it did not include infrastructure, which current legislation requires of us, such as drainage attenuation systems. And secondly, the Building Act in 2022, which followed the Grenville fire, has since come into effect, and that has made changes to building control regulations. The enhanced fire and safety and construction standard has increased costs. Those costs have been taken into account in the old Printworks tenders, but we would subsequently need to make an adjustment to the Align figures to bring those in line with each other. So that's the key point on that. I don't know if the Chair wants to discuss at this stage.
Sure. So, have we got to 10 on the agenda here?
Just go through all the public business, Helen.
You want to go carry on through?
Let's see, where have you got to on
just whether or not you wanted to talk about the
well,
appendix.
I mean, I thought that when we get to point 10 on in conclusion for this, I think before we go to other property updates, we might have a talk about the commercial information.
Yeah, so I think that's all information on the proposal, isn't it? And I think point 10, as it says, is what the officers are recommending. So yeah, that's the point we've reached.
Okay, we'll go to them.
Okay. So I think it'd be right for us to go to private session. What I'm going to do, I need to move item 21 forward on the agenda to take members' agreement for exclusion of the public, so that we talk about commercially sensitive information. Do I have a proposer for that? Clive, seconded by Janet. All in favour? Okay. So then we shall move into private session to discuss the property report at the end of the agenda. We'll do that now instead of then. Tom. So how are we get? Excuse me. Welcome back to the public if you're out there. Going through the paper, we're on to other property updates. So I don't know how you want to deal with this. Are we going to go through the paper and come to the recommendations?
Well, I actually was, although we've chopped and changed a bit, I was asked to put in that private meeting midway through, but actually for the purpose of public session, I do have notes on the DEFRA funding because it also is quite important for the timing and also sort of some operational considerations. So could I revert back to those?
So we'll go through the Ranger Depot to the recommendation, and then we'll skip back and look at the others before taking the recommendation. Okay?
Okay. So we've had a good discussion, but so there is naturally, I'm afraid, a little bit of repetition, but I thought it was useful to make sure that we have that in public session as well. So in looking at the financial case, we need to look at the most cost-effective way of funding the replacement garage and looking at the best way of using the DEFRA allocated funds. The construction period for the replacement garage on the old printworks is expected to be about 6 to 8 months, hopefully towards 6 months, but I always like to give them a window. The authority therefore has a narrow but achievable window in which to complete the project if we approve recommendations shortly, ideally today. If, however, the garage remains in situ at Sawmill Lane, it will be more difficult to complete the project within the time frame, and that's because we would need to go through the logistics of finding an alternative site, and that is assuming that there is an interim facility available. So just that extra stage, I think, will add a couple of months to the project. And when we have talked about the fact that the current depot does have an asset value, I'm assuming it is relatively small, but any credit is credit, and it will be put back into reserves. So officers have concluded that the most financially efficient option is to fund the relocation of the depot to the old printworks, as this proposal is more likely to make best use of the DEFRA funding. Now, we've also considered the disruption to staff who use the Sawmill Lane site and considered how best to try and minimise this. Because in both options, this interim position is needed, particularly for desk space for rangers. And the preferred option is to relocate staff in this interim period to the old Vic. We've also considered the relationship of the new garage to the headquarters. So if the decision is made later in the year to remain at the old Vic, then we see that there is little operational difference between having the garage at Sawmill Lane or at the old printworks. It will still be a detached site. However, if the decision is made to move the headquarters to Rickle Drive, then it is clear that there are benefits in having the garage at the old Printworks building. It's also important to consider the importance of viability from a planning perspective, and officers sought confirmation from North Yorkshire Council as to what scope of works would fall under permitted development. And we've received really clear advice, which has provided sort of a framework for the design proposal. And the site established with industrial use, all of the works being considered are recognised as permitted development. And therefore the redesign and repurposing of the building as proposed can be developed independently and as a standalone project. So we've also looked at the neighbourhood, and I just want to bring up the plan again. Me? I'm trying. There we go.
Do you want it full?
Yes, let's put that on a full slide. The proposed size that I was referring to, at the moment, the old printworks goes from the blue dotted line all the way down to the end, the actual building. And the proposal is to remove about a third of the building down to a new gable end, roughly where those trees are. This has two important visual improvements. Firstly, we create a nice gap between the proposed new gable end and the signal box. At the moment, the buildings are right up against each other. And we think that that will really improve the sort of setting of that building. And secondly, as you can see on the dark grey section, the building currently protrudes quite a long way beyond its neighbours, the English heritage buildings. And if by bringing back the gable end to be either in line or just sitting behind those buildings, I think it will really improve the view, particularly up from Rickle Drive, because it'll really settle in the street scene. It'll be a lot more uniform. As we've sort of alluded to, the building is really dilapidated as is. There's an asbestos roof which needs removing. It's got an awful lot of plant life growing through it, and the concrete elevations are crumbling. So therefore, recladding, a smart roller shutter door on the gable end, and new roofing will really, and with materials sort of in a line or similar to the English heritage buildings, will also sort of create a lot more street cohesion, because the buildings will all sort of look much more similar, rather than having one eyesore at the end of the road. So this sort of essentially brings me to the conclusion, really, is that the DEFRA one-off allocation of funding, which is time limited, and it does create this window of opportunity to resolve the provision of a new depot. And officers conclude that the best use of this funding is for the depot development to start as soon as possible and to be spent on the option which is more likely to make best use of that funding. And having assessed the operational and financial considerations of both rebuilding options, Sawmill Lane and the old printworks, the authority's preference is to repurpose the old printworks and at the appropriate time to sell the freeholds and surrender the leaseholds at Sawmill Lane.
Thanks, Helen. So let's take us to the recommendation. Before we take those recommendations, which are all about the other printworks, I'm not quite sure. Other property updates are there, but there's no recommendation for them that I can see. So,
For information, so just happy to answer questions, but taking as read.
okay. Well, let's continue focusing on the old printworks, and then we'll go back to those before we finalise it. It's a bit confusing having them there, to be honest, without a recommendation. So, any questions on that? I think from my own point of view, you know, we have to do something with Sawmill Lane. We're talking about all these regulations and safeguards and stuff. You know, every day that we keep working at Sawmill Lane, it's a massive risk of something going wrong. Pollution, accident, heavens knows what. So we really, you know, the difference is a bit daft between the regulations that what we need to do and what we're actually doing at the moment. If we could find something that was a bit halfway between that, it would be less costly and more practical, but hey ho. So I do think that, you know, we need to do that. I think what's really important is that we actually get out of Sawmill Lane. I wouldn't want to see us in a year's time still with porter cabins at Sawmill Lane, still with the old print works being used for something else. And so, consolidating our ranger and volunteer services together into the site that we've got for this. And I think it's really good that on second thoughts, we find we can reuse this building because, quite why we couldn't use it in the first place is a matter for the architects. But the fact we can reuse it means that we don't have to repair it or take it down. It's much more practical. It puts our ranger operations further away from the residential part of the site that people were concerned about. So I think there's a lot of positives in doing this. I also, because we do have a window of windfall capital funding, it's really important that we get it done. Those are my sentiments, and I think the danger of delay and procrastination is that time window passes. However, we don't want to be hostage to unnecessary costs to the public. And, some of the specifications that are being asked for, I think we need to continue to push on that. And if that means members or myself or Tom or trying to get up that ladder a little bit, we need to do that, because I just smell that we're gold plating some of the things which is costing us more than it needs to. That's my starter for 10. Heather.
Yeah. Just sort of confirming what you said, Jim, but it is. I think we all agree that something's got to be done about Sawmill Lane. I mean, the working conditions aren't great, and I think that the staff morale can't be the greatest down there. So I think we've got to get on and make a decision. Appreciate what you said about the regulations and the costs involved, but I'm confident that the officers are really going back there and questioning it. And you've made the point that they go out to different subcontractors, and it's not about it's a sort of a closed shop. And I think that if we continue with that and seek more efficiency, but long term we would be looking at saving money on our overheads, which is what we're talking about, and a better a building that's fit for purpose to do with climate change sort of policies about energy costs and things. And I'm quite happy to propose we accept the officer's recommendations. Thank you. Thank you, and thanks, Ed. I was going to second that, and I would just like to thank Helen and Pete for taking us through the report. I think you've done a lot of preparation. You can see that, Helen. Thank you very much. It's very clear, and I'm fully supportive of the recommendation. And thank you for the work that you've put in to help us with that decision making this morning.
Christine?
Thank you. I guess in my own mind, another sort of gap, I suppose, is whilst you've given some good information about how the proposed changes to this Printworks building will fit on site with some of the other buildings, I don't quite have a visual in my head how it fits with the site as a whole. Bearing in mind, obviously, we haven't completely agreed what we're doing with the site as a whole. So that might have been helpful. But I guess my real question as well is around some of the risks. So you've said that you believe that the building would be completed in about 6 months' time. I know this is a bit of detail, you maybe haven't gotten there yet, but in terms of the way that we would be paying for various works on the site, I guess my concern is that oftentimes things don't go to plan for all sorts of reasons that nobody can predict in advance. And it's about limiting our risk come March if things aren't done as intended.
One of the questions that the contractors are asked when they put in their tender returns is to say how long the building project will take, or they would, and when they could start, and everybody came in with that same time frame. But they all came with 6 months, but I'm building in 2 months already. The other conversation I've had with Peak, who are sort of at the overall project managers, is to do with the timing of invoices. And if we're looking at risk, the risk I've identified is that last month. But that last month, finishing off a building, the receipts that we'll need to be settling are relatively small. All of the big construction costs are almost like a front loaded in a construction like this, because the fit out of this building is relatively cheap. It's just putting up like a stud wall and racking for the kit. And if that falls late, then those costs are relatively small. All of the other costs, the cladding and the roof, will be done really early on in that project. So for this one, the risk profile of when the receipts, invoices fall is, I think, a low risk. The overall risk is it just all takes longer.
Okay. No, so I asked that question at briefing. So what we say is that, you know, our DEFRA funding, everything that we can get paid for in that time is secure. It's just that if there's a little bit left to do that we didn't get done in the time, then obviously, you know, DEFRA's funding wouldn't roll forward. So it's not like you have to complete it before you can get the money. We just need to get, what we don't get done by then, we'll have to fund in other ways. So I think what you're saying, Helen, is that getting started, front loading the cost makes good sense. And also that we'll talk about this on the allocation of the other grant money. But you know, if we don't do this, what else are we going to do? We should do some other things, but it's never a good idea to have time-limited funding for efficiencies. But hey ho, that's where we are, and we need to do it. So I think if there's no more questions, I'm inclined to take the recommendations for this, and then we'll go back to the other items, and if there's any further recommendations about that, we'll add them to it. Go on, Pete.
There was just a quick amendment to the first two recommendations, which it says to delegate to officers. It's to change it to delegate to Chief Executive Officer.
Oh, nice.
It's to be consistent with our scheme of delegation.
Okie doke. Shall we take your passport, Tom?
It would have been Tom anyway, but it's certainly on it in the recommendation.
The authority is able to delegate to me, but not to officers en masse.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, the point is, officers ultimately means the chief executive. Yeah. So I think we could do that. I mean, if there was anything that fell outside the scope of the recommendation or the things we've talked about, I would expect a mechanism for Tom or someone to flag that to members. But I think that the danger of having too much ongoing process about this is that it delays the system. And so I think in this case, time is really important. We should delegate it to Tom and get it done. All in favour of that? I think that was.
So just to be clear, we've got paper under item, just without my glasses on, item 13, which is the allocation of the capital funding. Given that we are expecting to fund the works with the one-off capital allocation that we've got from DEFRA, we'll be asking for approval under that item for the funding.
So again, it's a little bit bitty, but this is what we're going to do, and then we're going to put the funding to it.
The principle of the decision.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So are we all in favour of those recommendations? Is there anybody against? I'm sure there would be one if he was here, but he isn't. So.
No.
Okay. That is carried, I think, unanimously in today's meeting. So just to go back though, other property updates about your information. Are there any questions about those? Heather, I mean, they're on the agenda, so we should talk about them if you want to.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at Gromont Bridge, and obviously the car park's one thing. think all the members are aware that we actually rent that from North Yorkshire Council. Is that right? That one? Is that the one from North? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And we collect the rent. And I tried to put it onto Pete because I did mention it briefly when we were having coffee, but I don't know what value for money it is. And to be fair, I don't understand why we own a bridge that goes across the railway when we don't own any land on either side of it. And who's getting the benefits out of this? We're not. And I'm not going to suggest how we got the bridge because it's just, and is there a right of way across the bridge? And if there is a right of way of the bridge, then North Yorkshire Council has input into this. And I see Network Rail's going to come up with some. I'm not convinced why should we repair this bridge? Why can't, I mean, I know it's for benefits, but it's not benefiting the national parks other than the people that want to come and use the car park and go across it. But I mean, how much are we talking about? I don't think we should be looking at renting the car park. And if we're going to have to spend a great deal amount of money on this bridge, it's going to take years to pay it back. I think we don't make any profit out of the car park. I'm not very happy at the moment on that, Pete, but we haven't got the figures in front of us. But I certainly don't want to spend £60,000 on a bridge that, well, if we make £1,000 a year in a car park, and who equally, who repairs the car park? Presumably under the leasing arrangement, it's one way or the other. And I'm sitting here not knowing, if we're expected to spend £20,000 on car parking and £20,000 on rent. I'm not convinced that we need this car park. If we've got to what good is this bridge to us, really? But I'll leave it there. Thank you.
If it's okay, Chair, I'll invite Joel to just offer a bit more explanation. But I expect there have been exhaustive conversations amongst officers about the options available to us. Like it or not, we're pretty definitive that we do own the bridge. The car park does generate a modest profit to the National Park Authority, which is part of our calculations. Joel, do you want to just pick up the thread from there?
Yeah, I mean, thank you, and I think it's a very important point that Heather raises, and it is something that, as officers, we feel quite aggrieved at the decisions which were made some 25 years ago to install this bridge on the basis of how it was done, and on the basis of not providing for any ongoing maintenance, because unlike many other assets, of course, it's iron. It does require significant work to keep it, and of course, it is over a live national railway line. In order to have the bridge licence to use that footbridge, we have to maintain it to a certain standard. It's got to that point now where we do need to do something with it. We own it. A lot of people think it's an original footbridge from the area, but actually it was bought in a kit form from somewhere in Sussex. Again, this is by predecessors 25 years ago. The challenge we've got with it is that, and officers did do a full options appraisal, looking at all of the options, including things like just handing back the car park at the end of the lease period and walking away. Our problem with the footbridge is that we can't just walk away from it. We would have to remove it if we no longer wanted or operated the car park. When Helen looked into the costs of this, we found that actually the cost of demolition and removal was going to be effectively about 75% of the cost of repairing it, which rather made things a little bit more easier to understand, but also still very frustrating, because it meant that option really was not going to offer value for money, because clearly if we remove that, we are taking away something which then will have no benefit. We're also very conscious that there is strong support for that footbridge access in terms of accessing from the car park to Gromont Village. We put counters in to see how people use the footbridge, and the vast majority of people who leave that car park do use that footbridge. We did look at whether it was possible to use a segregated walkway under the road railway bridge, walking from our car park, and the road there is so tight. I don't think highways certainly were not smiling on us in terms of putting anything in place to do that, and there's no pavement which goes under that bridge. So really, if we were to keep the car park, we would have to operate that footbridge, was the conclusion that we came to. And of course, obviously, with the costs of actually having it removed as well being 75% of the cost of having it repaired, we felt that on the basis of the fact that we wouldn't have started from this point, we've still got to do something, and it's probably the best solution at this point. Even though it's frustrating, because we certainly wouldn't do it. One of the things we have asked to do in the future as well is to ensure that the car park is operated on a basis of covering the costs around resurfacing, but also a similar sinking fund, so that in 25 years' time, we're not in a position where our successors are then saying, but there's no funds available to repair the bridge again. You know, we want this to be operated on a proper basis. So we have looked at this. It's not an easy position, and I know that certainly we've had a lot of representations from businesses and others in Gromont Village for us to try and keep this. So that's the conclusion we've reached.
Appreciate that, Joe. Just to go back to my point about, obviously you've got to negotiate with North Yorkshire Council. I think it's about £20,000 a year at the moment. Might be wrong. Is it 10?
It's just over 10.
Sorry?
It's just over 10.
10. Oh, sorry. Okay, I think okay. So it's £10,000. I don't think we make very much money at all. But will we be negotiating the roads that haven't been up there? I mean, probably my colleague would tell me, but what the surface is like, and we're expected to look after that. I mean, I don't know what the terms are now going forward. I mean, if you had to tarmac it, I mean, obviously that's part of the negotiations. I mean, I was hoping that North Yorkshire Council might probably give us it. We probably don't want it. I don't know, but I was going to say that it's up to you. But will you be coming back to us, or are you going to be negotiating on that? Just the point I made earlier: is it a public right of way over that bridge? And if it is, I do expect North Yorkshire Council to chuck some money in at it. Anyway, thank you.
No, it isn't a public right of way, and we are negotiating. We started with the question of, we asked North Yorkshire Council to give us the freehold for that land. They did not agree to that request. We then looked at the terms. As the paper states, we did look at. They gave us an option of a 30-year lease, and we considered that as officers. And the conclusion was that actually, on the balance of, we could be left with a liability, because the key consideration was that if the Heritage Railway for any reason stopped operating, the vast majority of people who use the car park and pay the fee are visiting the Heritage Railway. So that would be a major risk potentially, where we could have a longer term lease arrangement with very little ability to be able to pay the rental. So we've agreed to ask for another 10 years. And as part of that, we're looking at the state in which it is. But currently, the lease does require us, I think it's dilapidations. So if we were to hand it back, we would have to certainly put some things in place. I think, Helen, you're better placed to answer that point.
Yeah, so we do have the repairing obligation in the lease. So we do need to resurface it. But if we hand it back, we have to do it anyway. So it's almost just like even the thing of the bridge. You take it down, there's no benefit. We surrender the lease, we pay the money, and there's no benefit. I was just going to add on the financials. When I asked Lucas to look at this, he did look in his sort of like cost appraisal and whether or not the car park is profitable. He has included a resurfacing cost, the cost of the security, the staffing. Everything is in that appraisal, because what I wanted to do was look at almost like the payback timing for this.
Yeah.
That's where we started, and then subsequently found that actually if we remove the bridge, we have to pay for that out of authority funds. If we repair the bridge, then we can apply for 106 funding.
Okay.
So again, there's no added benefit to removing the bridge.
Thank you very much. I mean, I'm sorry, I just want to be, I feel a bit more confident with that, and I'm sure you might be a bridge too far, but anyway, thank you very much for all your help. Thank you.
Big wait to say that.
Christine.
Thanks for the additional information that you have done some cost analysis on the car park, but it would be helpful to just say what then the profit is. And Joel mentioned something about creating a sink fund, which also seems sensible, but yeah, a little bit more information on how that would work would be.
At its very basic level, in terms of taking into account all of those potential obligations, including a sinking fund and a resurfacing the operational costs, we've worked out that on the basis of current usage trends and the potential for future usage trends, which includes an element of just trying to do a bit more promotion of Gromont, because Gromont's had a tough year, because of course I think members will be aware there was the road closure due to that a single decker bus driving off the bridge, which caused effectively one way into Gromont to be closed. So we're aware that local businesses need some support. So we are thinking about an element of destinational publicity element to that. But taking all of that into account, the margin that we are expecting on that car park would be 15%, which is low by other car park comparisons, of course, but in effect, it's in numbers terms. I mean, currently it would be around an income of around about 50 to 60,000 with costs within the kind of around 40 to 45,000. I can happily provide further information if we're allowed to share it, because I don't have it immediately to hand. But the key thing we had to make sure was that even including all of these additional costs to pay for future potential liabilities, is the car park still going to be profitable? And we were satisfied that was the case.
I suppose more to Tom, really. I mean, it's really helpful to get this information verbally. I'm not sure whether the profit's 50 or 60,000 or 50 or 60,000 minus 40,000, but anyway, it's sort of irrelevant because we're not being asked to make a decision on it. But it would be really helpful when the papers do come forward for us to look at, if it gave us a little bit more of that insight rather than us having to sort of dig for it on the day.
I'm just going to add that we are doing the commercial tender at the moment. So those initial figures on the costs were me with a contractor and him assessing it, so we could had a starting point. So that formal tender process is now starting.
I think as well, just noted, and your comment earlier, Chair, about including it, we did this for transparency and information. I'm able to make the decision on the delegated authority, and we've already had that level of scrutiny.
Okay, if you put it there, members need to talk about it. Anything else? Colin?
Sorry, Jim, just, I'm all in favour of getting the bridge redeveloped, renewed, whatever. There was we had contractors in making, like taking down some trees, etc. A lot of the village has been saying that they can hardly walk round the footpaths now because they've left the trees, the stumps halfway across the footpath, and they can't get round. They're having to jump over them to get round the footpaths. And there's a feeling that it could have been done a lot better. I know some say, well, they want to stop motorbikes tearing round, but you know, it's stopping the public from walking around the trees or whatever around the car park as well, which, you know, it needs something doing at it just to help the public walk about.
Just very quickly to answer that point, once we have concluded the lease and we have significantly lengthened our security of tenure, we will be entering into a Section 106 woodland agreement, which will allow us to undertake some significant works with our woodland team leading to improve the woodland, to reduce the amount of potential trees which could be at risk of falling, to remove trees that are crowding out, so in effect not stopping the woodland from acting in a way which is conducive to nature. And all of that will take place as soon as we're able to conclude the extension to the lease, and that will have a massive impact, and it will help us to save both ranger time and money each year, because we're really conscious about the importance of trees and managing trees in respect of car park blocks and the potential for liability there. So work will be undertaken shortly, Colin.
It was just some of the trees that they felled have left them across the footpaths, which is a problem for walkers. That was what they were telling me anyway.
So I think we'll pick that up, or somebody will pick them up. So any more on the other property updates? I just had this sort of question. I know we sort of did it in the decision, but we're looking at Lickle Drive and a quick gallop through the processes ahead of us. If for some unforeseen reason those processes did get delayed, that's not going to impact the viability of the Ranger depot on the old print works that we just decided. So is that the case? Yeah, I think I heard Helen say that actually, having everything on one site would be better still, but having our rangers and volunteers consolidated on the Printworks site instead of the Sawmill Lane site, it is still a big improvement on where we are now.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay. And we'll take that business later in the year as it unfolds. So, if there's, I don't think there's any further recommendations on the property paper. Thanks, Helen. So on to item 12, it is the National Park Authority's Strategy and Business Plan Annual Report.
So Kate will give us a brief run through this. We do this annually at this time of year as a scrutiny item to assess progress against the delivery of milestones under the 5-year strategy and business plan. I should say at the outset, members will be aware from the note that Judith or Vicky circulated back end last week, there was an unfortunate oversight in that the appendix, which is the full spreadsheet of detailing all of the milestones and the achievements of them, wasn't attached to the original paper. So I'm sorry the members received that late. But Kate will give you the headlines.
Thank you, Tom. So the strategy and business plan sets out our key priorities for the organisation over the 5 years from 2022-23 to 26-27. And it also shows the authority's contribution to delivering the National Park Management Plan. And it sets out also, in addition, some corporate objectives that support our strategy to grow the authority and be a high-profile contemporary organisation. So for each 5-year objective in the business plan, there's a set of annual milestones that are reviewed twice a year by this committee. So a 6-month progress report has been presented to the committee in December last year. So this is the year-end report that summarises the progress on the milestones set in 2024-25 and the achievement of our business plan objectives. So yes, apologies again that the appendix was missed from your report. However, the report itself did list quite a few of the milestones that were achieved, so there is quite a lot of detail in the report. I have a short summary of the milestones here. So we had 98 milestones for 2024-25. 65% of these were met, so they were graded as target met or underway and on target. So those are our 2 statuses that we like to see, either target met or underway and on target. Shows everything's on track. We also grade milestones as underway but behind target if they're underway, but they're not going to be met by the time that we said that they were due to be met. So 34% of those were graded as underway behind target, and then a small number don't actually qualify for status because either there's no data available at this stage, or we're just setting the baseline. So highlights that we achieved this year: the Danby Den play area was installed. We had a great year in planning, so for both major and non-major planning applications, over 70% were determined on time. And we had also a successful year for tree planting and restoration. So over 200 landscape trees were planted. I believe the target was 200 and came in at 209. And over 100 hectares of woodland was restored, and the target was 65, so that was exceeded some way. We also restored 13 kilometres of hedgerow as well, again exceeding the target. We delivered heritage skills training sessions. A new tramper route at Danby was delivered, and 87% of rights of way were deemed easy to use. We launched a new nature prescriptions calendar, and we had another successful year for FIPL, farming and protected landscapes, and since July 2021 over 200 projects have been approved. Oops. So moving on to milestones that we didn't we hope to complete this year, but we weren't able to, but we do expect to complete later in 2025-26. And this includes signage schemes. So it's been completed at Sutton Bank, including road signs. But at some of our other car parks, the signage will be completed later in the year. We're expecting our climate change strategy, which we'd hope to have done this year, will now be later this year. Similarly for the Bransdale Conservation Management Plan and volunteering strategy, local plan review and publication of the draft design code. And then we had some milestones. They're still underway but behind target. These, rather than having a deadline, had a specific target for the year, or have not yet. We've not yet been able to achieve them. Include recruitment of permanent engagement volunteers. We missed targets for woodland creation and peat restoration. We had to hope to fully secure the coast-to-coast route by the end of 2024-25, but this is currently at 95%, so we're nearly there. And then we also had a lower than expected increase in visitor numbers at the visitor centres. So we'd hoped for a 12,000 visitor increase, and we managed 7,000. But we do need to take into account that slightly, I suppose, unusually, 2024-25 period didn't include Easter, any Easters, so that may account for the 5k difference there. So members are asked to note the strategy and business plan report and then offer any comments on the report as well.
Thanks. Okay. Members? Janet?
Well, first of all, thank you for the report and thank you for all the achievements and all the things that have been done and done well. Not as positively, what are the consequences of missing those milestones? So it's interesting that we've missed them, but what does that mean? What are the consequences of not having the peat restoration or the coast to coast, and particularly the visitor numbers? And I'd be interested if it is Easter, because 5,000 is a lot, and we know that we've got retail strategies and things in our visitor centres, so that's really important. So I'm just trying to understand what missing means financially, performance, and sorry, I probably could have asked this question in advance of the meeting, so apologies for doing it on the spot.
No, they're fair questions, and that's why we have scrutiny items. I mean, the consequences will vary from milestone to milestone. So some are less material than others. You always, as you know, you always set budgets and business plans or milestones for business plans at the start of the year in the hope that you will complete them. Sometimes things come to pass that mean that you don't. Some of them are not likely to be significantly deleterious factors for the authority. So, Joel, I think I'm fair in saying that fully securing the coast to coast route, we're not unique in that respect, and therefore it's unlikely to be a barrier to the full determination of the route, which of course everybody's expecting in the early part of last year. The peak restoration target, we've been given an extension under the Nature for Climate Fund that allows that to be concluded in a more orderly fashion in this current financial year. We've had some discussions within this forum before about volunteer recruitment more generally. We had hoped to be able to get engagement volunteers at our car parks. We haven't been able to do that, but I think there's a wider point that we've discussed before, as I say, about volunteer recruitment. I think in terms of the visitor centre number, I mean, we've been challenged before about the extent to which we know with a degree of certainty what are the reasons why visitors don't come. We don't always have that. We're getting much better metrics in terms of the performance of our centres. The real challenge there, of course, is ensuring that over time, ideally I'd love our national park centres to be a profitable enterprise, but at the very least that they reduce the cost of delivering the service. Because in the context of core revenue funding here declining, at least in real terms, if not absolute terms, we've seen this year, then the authority has always difficult decisions to make about how you allocate resources to the different suite of activities that we do. So it's absolutely imperative that we do see numbers increase, so that ultimately we can increase the profitability or reduce the net cost of operating those sites.
Thank you.
I think recognising as well that not everybody here is obviously on FRASC, but at FRASC we've discussed a number of these things as part of the financial sort of implications of it. So peatland and woodland creation in particular we've talked about at Q3 last year and then outturn around the implications of that. And the coast to coast, and then in terms of the visitor centre numbers as well, it's been quite a focus for FRASC, including this year looking at the retail strategy being rolled out and making sure that retail becomes profitable for both sides. And then the implications of things like the investments at Danby and trying to recover the numbers there in terms of visitor numbers. So certainly from a FRASC point of view as well, and financially they are areas of focus.
Jane?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the report. I mean, lots of positive things, and it's very exciting. What I'm just interested in is what is that graph when we see the pie chart? What does that look in two ways? One, compared to last year, and two, compared to other national parks. And also, just as a side, sort of carry on slightly from the previous comment, is what financial we've been, what are the actual figures that we've lost that we can't get back, if you see what I mean, and what are the figures that can go forward? I think to have them in figure terms helps. So that's, sorry, there's three sides of those questions, sorry.
Yes, so if I can take the figure terms, I think the reports that we've done up to this point have been quite verbal, and I would like to move them towards more figure-based. In terms of last year, I think from what I recall, it was 70% target met or underway and on target, so we're kind of comparable to last year. But yeah, historically, it's been, I guess, less a data-driven report and more qualitative. But I think there's merit in looking at our percentages every year, and certainly going forwards as well. I think with the, I don't know if members will recall that the business plan for 25-26 has a slightly different layout. Every milestone is numbered. So we can really get into the granular detail a bit more next time when we do the 6-month report and the year-end report for 25-26.
on the point about comparability across national park authorities, I would that we all compiled our corporate plans, business plans. We even have different nomenclature for it in the same way, but we don't. So there isn't an obvious way that we can compare. Fortunately, Kate's one of a rare breed in that she actually works for 2 national park authorities, for the North York Moors and for the Yorkshire Dale. So as she develops experience and familiarity with both corporate plans, I know that the Dale's called theirs a corporate plan, then you'll be able to kind of assess how we're doing relative to our peer over the other side of the A1.
A bit of a mean question then.
I mean, so I can, yeah, I can say because it's been the corporate plan report for the Dales is tomorrow, so it will have been published online that they're at 74% achieved or on track is what they call it.
Patrick?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for excellent report. Lots of good work coming out of this document. My question relates to FIPL, and just because it's been such a good scheme and it is ongoing, are the metrics or the successes of the FIPL scheme's delivery of various things, are they identified in this report or in our metrics? For example, a resilient landscape forefront of addressing climate change. There's 115 hectares of woodland restoration, most of which has been done by Section 106 funding and Revitalise. But I just wonder whether, just as an example, whether FIPL surely probably did a bit of that. And it's been so important to us, FIPL. It's good to shout about it. Yeah,
I don't have the exact figures in question in relation to woodland creation.
No, it's just as an example.
The main metric for FIPL is ensuring that we spend as much of the allocation that we have at the start of the financial year by the end of the financial year. I think there was a very, very, very small underspend on the allocation, partly because projects that were approved didn't conclude by the end of the financial year, or in one case I think the project had to terminate for no fault of our own, or indeed the applicant. So that's the main metric, and that's the kind of key metric that we measure with government. So more widely, there are particular metrics that we're measuring in terms of FIP.
Yeah, I mean the success of FIPL is being able to get the money out on the ground, isn't it? We've had these conversations with DEFRA, whether it's FIPL or something, that the key component is having trusted local advisors who people on the ground can go to for help, it's fundamental to delivering elms or whatever comes down the line. And I think that message keeps being said. It's maybe not quite the right forum to say it here, but I'm sure we'll continue to pick that up in the work of the Conservation Forum going forward. Yeah. And just to mention, Bernie?
Yeah, just to come back on Patrick's point, we do include where we've got metrics within our the sort of general metrics within the management plan, like hedgerow creation and woodland management. We do include FIPL figures in that if we've done hedgerow and woodland projects under FIPL. We don't include everything because some of the things we do in FIPL aren't very specific in our management plan, so like some of the business support and things like that. So, but any sort of habitat enhancement we do include in our general figures.
Malcolm?
No, just briefly, I mean, I think it's a really excellent report. And I think the is just show the huge range of things that the authority do. And the people that read this report will get that full breadth of the activities that we undertake. I think it will be useful, though, in two things in future, if it actually highlighted things that you think we should be concerned about. And it picks up a bit on Janet's point about what's the implications of some of this, sometimes it's just that things are delayed a bit or put back a bit and no great shakes, But if there's something we really should be concerned about, we mentioned from this. And the second thing is, as we're getting towards the end of the business plan period, there's the obvious question, are there some of these things which we're not going to do in this business plan period? And again, that maybe we should be concerned about or not. What targets are we going to be missing? So just ways that maybe improved it.
I'd just like to go back to Janet's comment at the start. You know, what's the cost of missing our targets? It's everything, isn't it? You know, I would call this business management. Some might call it governance. In that, but it's how we make a difference, isn't it? You know, this is the measure of what we're all about. And if we're not doing what we should be doing, then our reputation will go down, our trust will go down, our public value will go down, our efficiency will go down. You know, and the two things about targets, you know, one is making them meaningful and challenging, and then you need them to measure. But I mean, if you give yourself a silly, easy target to meet and pat yourself on the back when you've done it, well, that's a waste of time too. So, you know, it isn't a foolproof process, but it is how we measure and scrutinise our, I would say, business output. Some might say governance.
Yeah.
Jim, just if I could come in on the planning targets, because they are statutory, so missing your determination times is really significant. Missing a local plan review can be significant because if your local plan is out of date, you will get more challenge on those policies, particularly at appeal, where if they're in conflict with updated national policies, you're likely not to have effective decision making. So they really are crucial. And you do get publicised league tables of local planning authorities. So in terms of reputational harm, if you come in towards the bottom of that league, that's highly visible publicly.
And that's quite, I know we've got stuff to do, but some years ago we used to have a thing, I think we called it peer review or something, whereby the National Parks family sent a delegation from other places to scrutinise your authority and see how it was doing. There was always a lot of jiggery-pokery to try and not to be found to be the one that needed assistance. But openness and honesty is the best way of improving performance, and the National Park family should be challenged to do that. You know, having comparable frameworks is the way that you move forward, and it's a fair made point. We should be doing. To be honest, we should be doing better at that, and that's what DEFRA wants from us as well. We'll come on to that.
We'll come on to that when we deal with item 14, where we're talking about the national park, not just the authority.
Yeah. So the recommendation, I think, is to note progress and comment. I think are you happy we've done that? Yes. Good, and thank you for reporting it to us. So, I've been working so hard that my fingerprint must have worn off because my iPad won't recognise it. Okay. So we're on to the capital budget allocation 25-26. Is that you, Pete?
It is. Thank you, Chair. No presentation. I'll just talk through the paper, which is quite a short paper. So at March NPA, you'll remember that we passed a budget for 25-26 with some uncertainty around what settlement we'd get. At that point, we'd only had an indication of what settlement in capital in particular, and the capital element was very uncertain at that point. So what we did do is we approved what we thought was going to be the revenue cut that we were expecting, and a certain amount of capital to replace that revenue cut element is what we approved in March. So that came to a cut of £394,000 in revenue funding and a £394,000 capital allocation. There was no call on reserves either in that budget, or there's a small call on reserves, on that budget. There's no anticipation that this changes any of that approval. There was in there a recommendation that if there was substantial changes to the grant funding when it finally got signed up, which was sort of a good number of weeks into the financial year when it was finally signed, that we'd bring back a full revised budget, but that's not been necessary because the changes to revenue are so small. Just in terms of that comparison, so the table in 2.3 illustrates what we put in the budget versus what's the final settlement that we've received. And in that instance, you remember verbally actually in March, we did say that the revenue cut wasn't quite as much as we thought it was going to be. It was close to 8.3% rather than the 9% we assumed. So there's a slight benefit there to us of 34,000, and then there's a further 20,000 allocation specifically for MPE subscriptions. So there's extra 54k of revenue benefit to us compared to the budget in March, but we'll deal with that at Q1 FRASC paper within forecasting with a bigger, smaller number. So the main change is the capital allocation, which at March we did know that there was a potential for £1.5 million. That number's since been confirmed, just shy of that by a few pounds. And therefore this paper comes back with that allocation. And indeed, it looks at allocating the full 1.5 million rather than just the incremental value. So in a minute, I'll go through that appendix and just indicate which ones formed part of that 394,000 approval in March. But really, I'm looking at reapproving the full allocation of 1.5 million today. Just in terms of capital spend and the authority, so in local government it's quite common to have revenue and capital programmes, but within national parks, largely in the past it's just been dealt with as one sum of money to be spent on revenue or capital. So the distinction hasn't been particularly important to parks before. So this kind of gear change towards very specific revenue and capital grant allocations is quite new for most parks. So actually we really need to start reporting a capital programme quite separately now, because I think the future of capital allocations is probably going to be a part of what we have in future, much more specified to capital rules by DEFRA. So therefore, there's actually going to be quite a number of challenges this year, just in terms of changing our reporting anyway to FRASC, in terms of making sure we have a very specific capital programme. And for staff as well, there's going to be quite a lot of works in terms of recording time around capital and capex of salaries, which is going to be quite new to the authority. So there's a little bit of a journey to go through there over the course of this year. In terms of the allocations in the appendix, it's very much been done by SIPFA rules around capital. DEFRA has its own rules around capital as well, but they are very, very broadly similar. And therefore, I think for ease, in terms of accounting ease, it's easier just to go with the SIPFA rules, which fall within the DEFRA rules. It just makes it much more clear-cut from a financial perspective. So that's the basis for the use of it. And I think for the authority, it's worth just laying out in 3.3 some of those aspects of capital and what capital definition is. That it's spend on an asset that has more than 1 year of life. So if you spend the money on an asset that actually by the end of this financial year would be defunct, that wouldn't be capital. If it goes beyond a year, multiple year usage, then it's defined as capital. And I think the other element that's important as well is it really has to be around enhancement. So we can't just do something that is maintaining something back to a standard it was before. So it could be that it's dilapidated and you bring it back to its previous standard. That's not capital. You have to actually enhance it from its original state. So again, these are some of the learnings for the capital that we need to adopt in terms of what classifies as capital. And I think the other element that we've worked through as well with DEFRA and with SIPFA is it doesn't have to be our assets, which I think for national parks is particularly important because we have a limit to how much we own. So therefore, things like building a new bridge on a landowner's land, as long as it's for the benefits of what the purposes of the authority, we can use that as capital and as funding under SIPFA and DEFRA. So therefore, the project of this, the list of projects in Appendix 1 has all gone through that level of review. Three main criteria around those projects. The first one is deliverability by the end of March 26. In line with all DEFRA funding, it's got to be spent in year. That brings particular challenges because a lot of things that we might want to do take a bit of lead time to do. So again, consideration of this project is those that don't run high levels of risk around delivery in year. There's certainly been a couple of projects that we might have considered that would have had high risk and therefore aren't included. So that's also a criteria that's been considered. As I said before, per SIPFA definitions on the capital funding, and then the criteria laid out by DEFRA as well as also. So those three checks have all been conducted. In terms of the DEFRA criteria, so they actually laid out some criteria for this grant. One of them is around innovation, investing to save and income generation. So I think there's quite a clear steer from DEFRA that they're expecting us to use this money to reduce reliability on revenue grants. So we've had a revenue cut and they've also given us a big lump of capital. There's a clear steer there that actually we need to be looking at that to make us less dependent upon the revenue grant from DEFRA. But also delivery of 30 by 30 as well, so investment in capital schemes to assist with that. In terms of the list of projects, it's not it's very intentional that that's more than 1.5 million. It's not a calculation error. Again, because there's a lot of work to be done around scoping some of those and that risk of delivery, we do want some flexibility to be able to operate quite quickly within this. Therefore, there's been a higher list of projects produced so that actually as amounts may become lower and things like that, we've got some flexibility to be able to deliver others. So there's some projects in there that say, for example, November, December, if we've got money that's freed up, we can suddenly be able to deploy. And it's something that we did do with a smaller amount that we received this year, that 500 allocation revenue and capital. We deployed it there as well, that we were able to operate quite quickly between when certain elements, for example, the Levisham fencing came in under, we were able to operate quite quickly within the bounds of others. So then on to the appendix 1. So they're listed out in broad categories. I'll go through quickly on each one. But what I'll do first is just lay out what formed part of the 394k in March to make that clearer, because actually in the appendix that's not that clear. And the main ones for that are the PPE clothing and tools line. Actually, it should have tools in there as well. That's 46,000 that we already spend actually previously from grants, but which is capital in nature, so it's just a straight conversion. The vehicle replacements, IT hardware, multi-year software, which is 216,000, and again that's that purchase of vehicles, purchase of IT that we already do from DEFRA grant, which we switched, if you remember, from the contribution to reserve to direct spend in year. We've also got the new finance and planning systems. That was part of that as well. So we've got those two coming on, well, finance coming on stream and planning to start later in the year. And both of those systems are really good replacements for outdated systems, which will really, really benefit the authority in terms of being able to operate more efficiently. And then finally, there was a balance that went in property. So that formed part of that 394. So then just to talk through the other areas, so we've had some access work schemes put forward by Joel's team, which are liabilities that we currently face as an authority that we'll need to fund from somewhere. So there's a couple of schemes within that. Car park improvements, which is an ongoing area for the authority, and that's one of our big income margin and profit, the real item that really does generate a margin for the authority. So some levels in there as well in terms of charge donation points. It's worth noting on the NYMNPA, that's a paper that would come back to members in terms of that proposal, in terms of bringing that back and getting approval. On the property, so we've got the Southern Ranger Depot. We've also got a couple of other property works within there. We've got capitalisation of salaries as well. So again, that comes back to that capexing salaries point. So anything where you're bringing in a new system, anything where you're doing work on property, we'll be able to capex salaries as well. And we've also mentioned within the property paper a couple of other areas that we want to look to invest in as well. So there's a lot incorporated within that number, and that covers those elements. One of the things that's been very successful in recent years is solar PV in terms of driving efficiencies. We've done that on our visitor centres, and now it's looking at really maximising that at visitor centres, but also depots and toilet facilities as well to really reduce our utilities burden. And then we've also got visitor centre improvements as well. So we've just talked actually about the need to invest in visitor centres to try and bring them to profitability. And bring an increase in visitors to those. There's a number of initiatives there, many of which include sort of benefits to our income as well around that. A new mobile display unit for events and shows. So we've currently got one that's very, very large and hard to manoeuvre. This is a much more mobile version that will be easier to get around various different locations. And then finally, a potential land acquisition by 30 by 30 that's being scoped at the moment as to whether it's viable or not. But as part of the criteria for DEFRA, there is a potentially piece of land that might help with that project. And again, that's something that would come back at a later point. So there's £1.95 million of proposals there for discussion and approval. And there's two recommendations in the paper. One is approval of that appendix of projects, but also then delegation to the Chief Executive Officer in liaison with myself to approve projects within the spend limits that are laid out in that appendix. So there's 1.95 million there. We'll need to deliver 1.5 million. It's that flexibility to be able to manoeuvre between those projects. So we can do that rapidly and quickly rather than coming back for approval each time, which would put higher risk of non-spend.
Doesn't say much if you say it quickly, does it? Heather?
Peter, I'm just a bit curious about PPE. I think about PPE as like gloves and hats and boots and things like that, and they've got to last for longer than a year. Are we talking about sort of like more about something, obviously to protect people, when it's equipment? I thought it was more consumables than actual capital, but just as an interesting into that.
No, that's fine. I mean, I think the amount there includes tools as well, which I referenced there.
Yeah,
that isn't in there, but it's all of our kind of a uniform kit, so fleeces and recognised branded kit. Yeah. It is then as well all of the boots that people have to have and particular bits of kit and protective gear. And then it's tools on top of that. I mean, a large part of that is always our clothing budget. We deploy a lot of clothing to our volunteer workforce, to our ranger workforce, and indeed to the corporate workforce as well. So that's the budgets that add up to all of those things.
I just couldn't understand what's in capital. You know, I thought that's more on overhead. But I mean, that's not where I'd put mine if I was doing it. But obviously, it must be different criteria because I thought it had to be still there in a year's time. I would have thought you might have to buy new books for somebody in a year's time. But I don't want to go into too much detail. I just thought it was in a different place than I'd have put it. But
yeah, I mean, we'd expect all of that gear to last more than a year. And therefore, it is capital by nature. So we have a de minimis within our rules of 5,000, but actually, even a screw at sort of 5p is capital notionally. So it does allow us to capitalise that, but it is things, and in particular the branded elements of it as well, which make it very recognisable as opposed to just neutral clothing.
Thanks. But does the financial system cope with the new requirements you're saying you have to do in terms of allocating time to various projects? That covered there. Plus, could I say on Appendix 1, the capital cost in pounds, and you're talking about 1.9 million, it doesn't, it's pounds. You haven't done well to get to 1.5 million, actually, because it's 1,950 as it's written here. So I presume there's a few noughts missing, but never one for a bit of detail. And the serious point as well, Pete, is the visitor facility improvements. There's a lot of money allocated to that, and it's just trying to make sure that the use, we know we need more visitors, we know we need their income, and then looking at more gallery space, are we using our space to get the increased retail? Because lots of things that we do, we found those of us that were able to get to the visitor centre on Monday last week, a lot of things that we're not charging for, pump tracks and things like that, they're free at the point of view. So are we sure that we're using our space to maximise the income that we need to keep? We've got 5,000 visitors less, we think, than anticipated. There are links in here about how we're using our buildings and to get them less money. So sorry, it's a long-winded question.
It's a really good question in terms of the use of our visitor centres. In terms of that gallery proposal in particular, that's about using a part of the gallery to be able to run more events on site. So there's the offset part of the gallery. It's around being able to deploy that to actually do more art events within, which actually should bring more visitors and have a little bit of an income implication for that as well. In terms of some of the other elements as well, they are all geared to bring more visitors in. But retail space, at the moment we have a retail strategy which has been rolled out from the 1st of April on the existing footprint. If that's successful, there may be then a look to see whether or not there's something greater that can be done around retail space and retail. But first of all, I think we need to see whether that project can help to settle the current position, and that works first before then we look to deploy where there's extra space. But I think all the time Joel and team are looking at how best to lay out the best ways of doing it, and also that element of the pump track is free at the moment, but does that then bring more visitors into the car park, which then brought more car park income? It's all that balance between, but it's something that needs constant focus.
Thank you.
Jane?
Thank you very much indeed. I just would be quite interested to know that out of the 1.5 that we're going to spend, which is the of the 450, which is what I would call, which bit of the 450 is the reserve bit, and which is the core bit to what you want to spend? Because I think actually that's quite relevant to when we look at this, because I look at PPE or I look at 341,000 here, and I'm going, so which ones are your core and which are the ones that, inverted commas, are the reserve for if something doesn't go through in time? And it would be nice to have had that marked there.
I think that's a fair question. I don't know if it's as defined as that. I think as we start to work the programmes through, I think there'll be a couple of things here that aren't viable and will just come away. I think there'll be other things that are a little bit less expensive. I think there are some things here which are just capital by nature we have to do, like clothing PPE will be one of those. New vehicles and IT will be another, but there's some flexibility in that line to be able to react quite quickly to buying new IT earlier or vehicles earlier if we need to. So I suggest that line has got some of the capacity within it. Visitor centre improvements, so I think there's some within that as well. There's one or two elements, and access in particular is one where we've got quite a lot of flexibility. So the access line in particular is one where we've got a couple of liabilities that would be nice to do if we have the funding, but they are probably back of the queue, and ones that we can deploy sort of towards the winter season later on. So I'd say probably the access works, One or two of the areas within visitor centres and car parks, because there's a lot of proposals in there. The land acquisition will be one that is just dependent on how that scopes out. So that's going to be dependent whether it's viable or not. And we'll know that quite early on. So I think they're probably the main ones that make up, say, sort of 300,000 or so. I think a couple of the quotes in here are also a little bit higher than they will actually come through at. So I think there's actually quite a few here that probably will come through at a lower value. So I expect to see a little bit of flex from that anyway.
So we might actually achieve more of these projects than
yeah,
just blocking
potentially.
out the-
Potentially, I think some of the valuations are the higher side in a couple of areas in particular.
So if you had to bin anything, what would you be binning?
Binning is a prioritising. I think from a priority point of view, because all of these projects are very, very good projects, which they are. And actually, it's worth saying that a challenge of coming up as a group with £1.5 million worth of delivery to be delivered this year, and to come up with a list of just shy of 2 million, I think is quite an achievement in itself, because it's actually not easy with such a short timeline. But I think access for me will probably be one of those that is the more contingent element of doing them if some of the other things, which are priority, don't do. I think anything that generates income is a bit of a no-brainer given the revenue cuts we're facing. So I'd say solar PV is right up there. The visitor centre improvements in particular that will generate an income level. I think they're also no-brainers, and car park improvements that we can make that do the same. So I think anything in here that is income generating is definitely going to be top of the list. And then the Southern Ranger depot that we've talked about already is obviously a big priority within the delivery. So they will be the absolute priorities. And then some of the others, we've got a couple of vehicles we're going to be replacing anyway as part of the budget. We've got a little bit of flex if we want to do a little bit more. And things like the finance system and planning systems are already underway. Or the planning system isn't yet underway, but the finance system very much is, and is going live in about a month and a half. So definitely not pulling that one at this stage. So yeah, I think that's probably the rule really around those income generators are going to be critical to the revenue cut we're already facing this year, but the potential with the new CSR and what the implications of that may be.
Thank you. Just my own comment. As I said before, trying to spend this much money 3 months into our financial year is inevitably not going to end up with efficient use of time or money. In my experience, it's not the best way to get value for money, but it's the place that we find ourselves. And I'm just a bit. I noticed when I hadn't realised before, but we could spend this as a grant to others, couldn't we? If we could give a grant to a third party in our patch who would do work to promote our aims or business plans, and so that is a possibility. I always like to give a few grants out as well as spending it all ourselves, and that brings me to the last thing. The big chunk of this, in the eyes of the public, it is their money, is that we're dealing with our own premises. What's in it for them? And so that's why I just think that, if possible, we should really prioritise improving some of the services that are public facing with the remainder of this money. If that improves public services that we could charge for as well, better still. But it would just be good if we could point to something as well as our own building that the public have gained out of £1.5 million worth of capital. The other point is, how, without being overly sort of process mad, how are members going to keep abreast of how this is going? I think it reports to FRASC or to members' updates. I take it that because of the time, we can't spend too much time on process, but it's a big chunk of money, and we shouldn't just wave it at the chief executive and say, see you next year. Your bid.
There's already kind of a precedent for this, which is the £500,000 from last year, where every quarter we brought an update on that specifically as an appendix to FRASC. So we propose doing the same again. Obviously, not everybody is at FRASC, so there could be a discussion around whether or not we bring to members an update, or whether we bring one to NPA halfway. There could be a talk about, but certainly in terms of the precedent last year, we brought updates on that £500,000 every quarter to FRASC.
Sure, I'm happy with that, but I just think, I think it's fine to delegate it, but we should be monitoring progress and updates for that amount of money. Yeah. Any more comments on that? Otherwise, the recommendation is the range of projects in Appendix 1 to be funded is approved. Yeah, I'll read this. I've got that, yeah. And delegate the authority of the Chief Executive within those spend limits. Do we need to ask that regular reports are made in the recommendation? Yeah. Report on progress regularly to FRAS. If we could just add that, I think. Go on,
Sorry,
Jane.
just one more thing. Is there any item that we are giving an up to amount? Because, say, in 341, you're saying there's 6 or 7 projects. So each of those is probably under 100,000 or something like that. Is there a price at which we are giving a delegation to for one project? An amount?
No, there's not. They're quite broad categories at the moment, but as we go into FRASC, we can report them by more detail than this. And some of that is because some of the proposals haven't gone out for full costing yet and things of that sort because of the late nature of how we're having to. The only one I would say is the Southern Ranger Depot, which is already part of a limitation from an earlier paper. There's an element of the property one on here. So that paper sort of precedes the amount that's approved for that particular project.
And we're we're hoping that will come in at less than the figure that's allocated to it here. But as you said, there is 1950 proposals and 1,500 to spend, so something's going to give in the prioritisation, as Pete says. I think that's sort of proposed and seconded and discussed. Any more? Are you happy to take a vote?
Recommendation.
Yeah. So all those in favour, please say. Thank you. That is, I think, carried. Yeah. I'm not quite sure if it's unanimously. No. I think David is busy. Thank you, Pete. How are we doing? Do you want a quick comfort break or do you want to crack on? Comfort break?
Yeah.
Just 5 minutes. I just know that sometimes the items on forms and committees can take a little time. So if we just, I'm hoping to finish it sort of soon after 1 o'clock. Okay. We'll just take just a few minutes now. We'll soon be through the business of the day and able to have a chat then. So, are we back in business? Back. Moving on to item 13, it is item 14, it's the management plan adoption of provisional targets.
Okay, thank you, Chair. This is the Government's Protected Landscapes Targets and Outcomes Framework, which has been abbreviated to the somewhat clumsy PLTOF amongst officers. So basically what this is the previous government, to support the delivery of its environment plan, and this government's environment plan, has come up with 10 national targets for environmental things around climate change, nature recovery, and also access as well. So they have said to all 44 national landscapes and national parks, we expect you to deliver towards the national target on these. And there's 10 of them, they're in the appendix. I won't go through them in great detail. Within that, for 3 of them, they said that amongst ourselves, we ought to locally apportion them, meaning that we have to agree a figure to deliver as national parks on 3 in particular, which are tree cover, peat restoration, and restoring habitats outside protected areas. So they've said to us basically, go away, talk to your partners, come up with what you think you can deliver on those 3. For 2 of those, it's entirely straightforward in our case in that we've got management plan targets for them. So we've already committed in our management plan to restore all our peat, which means that we can fairly definitely say what we can deliver on that as when we do it. And similarly on tree cover, we've got a woodland creation target in the management plan. We've already committed to that. So basically we're saying for both of those, we can slightly exceed what the pro rata figure is that we were given. So what DEFRA did is they gave us a pro rata figure based on our area, saying if it's based on hectares compared to the national amount, this is what you could deliver. Can you get above that? So on those 2, we are slightly above. Target 1 was a bit more complex. So Elspeth, our ecology specialist, done a piece of work to work out what we can deliver outside our protected areas for wildlife creation, wildlife-rich habitat creation. A lot of that would be very dependent on what happens in terms of the funding around farming. So there's a slight element of finger in the air because we don't quite know what we're going to deliver. A lot of that will depend on farmers, landowners. But we think in terms of capacity, we can slightly exceed that one as well. So we've come up with our 3 figures. We've passed those on to the other national parks. We think as a national park family, collectively we can slightly exceed the pro rata figure. And we are confident as officers that we can hopefully deliver the 3 slightly above what the pro rata figure is at all. So basically the recommendation before you is to agree those 3 targets.
Members, Jane?
So for target 1,
Jane.
For target 1, I mean, I see the others and what we're doing and what already, whatever. For target 1, is there any allocation of budget to help support farmers? Because at the moment, farmers, a lot of them have lost any of their mid-tier support that they got and anything like that. So we've got farmers at the moment who used to get some funding to establish things around and hedgerows and margins and that sort of thing, which would be helping us with our target 1. As they're not getting it, are you getting some funding to support them, or is this like just do it for free?
Yeah, I might pick that one up, Jane. So just to set this in context, a number of the targets derive from either National Environment Act targets or outcomes or goals that are set within the Environmental Improvement Plan. And so they're a kind of subset of a wider national target. Target 1 is one of those where there's a national target to achieve a certain amount of habitat outside of protected sites, partly to achieve 30 by 30. There's no specific budget allocated to that either at a national level or as a subset of national parks and national landscapes. We're obviously a little bit clearer what the outcome of the 3-year spending review is and how that breaks down in terms of the farming budget, which will be expected to do a fair chunk of the heavy lifting in terms of the achievement of that. But no, there aren't specific budgets allocated to those individual targets. And again, really important to stress, these are targets for the place, not just the authority. We're not in the dock if they're not delivered. Everybody's in the dock if they're not delivered, as indeed is the government for delivery of its own environmental targets.
Okay. Thank you for that. That's really helpful. Thank you.
Patrick?
Thank you very much, Jim. Thanks very much for this. These are quite ambitious targets, aren't they? We've been set. I've got just two questions. One on target one. Over the years, it's the information gathering. It's related to my question about FIPL. There might be a farmer who's doing some great work that we might not know about. It's just the information gathering thing. I just put that out as an observation. The second thing is on definitions, target 7. We've got to restore peat, but what we're saying is that is it okay just for peat to be under active restoration? And is there a difference between a restored acre and an active restoration acre?
On the first one, for all 10 of these targets, we will be given information by DEFRA and Natural England. So going back to Jane's point about can we benchmark ourselves against other national park authorities, we'll all be reporting the same data for these 10. So it's not national parks. Yeah. On the second point, it is inactive restoration. It's not restored. Just to be clear.
It just needs to be inactive to hit the target.
It takes an awful long time to restore peat. So yeah.
Thank you.
So what was the old stewardship thing? Recovering, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. For the triple SI condition, yeah. Not in good condition, but recovering does the job. It's been recovering all my life. I know. Any more questions? John.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to mention peat restoration as well. I've kept up with that through field trips and presentations, but I was talking to residents in Saltburn recently who have been promoting the petition against heather burning, and I'm not really conversant with that, but I understand the appeal is coming on June the 30th. Could you give us any information about that?
But Brian, maybe I'll do.
Yeah, the only thing I can update you on, John, is that there's been a consultation undertaken over the last few months with a whole range of stakeholders around heather burning and the changes to the heather burning code. I'm not sure if that session on the 30th of June is specifically related to that. I think that's a different debate. But there is, we're still waiting when the outcome of that consultation is going to be released, and then we'll understand then what the impact then is on management here.
I forgot you before.
Yeah, just coming back to the point about resource to actually deliver these targets and outcomes framework, while there isn't any sort of specific resource being identified to deliver this, there's lots of opportunity through things like environmental land management, through our projects, through Section 106. So we've got lots of opportunities, and with our partners as well, through the projects that we're doing to help deliver these targets. So whilst there isn't new additional resource, there's plenty of resource that we can take advantage of to help us to achieve those targets.
Sure. And as we sort of mentioned before about the collective of national parks, I quite welcome this. It may be a little bit clunky in the nature, but this is in effect just slightly different, tweaking the language of our management plan objectives to meet the national targets. And I think it's great, it links up the fact that national parks are delivering government's targets for them. And so that's a step in the right direction for us. The fact that they're targets for the place is really important, because as we've said, if government has its targets and we're signed up as delivering them, and government funding and the agri-environment budget is a part of that and it gets cut, well, it's not going to be difficult to see why we haven't delivered the government's targets for them, is it? But I think linking up with the government's targets in a way that the National Park family collectively, I mean, I think we mentioned briefly, there's not much tree planting that can be delivered by the Broads Authority, is there, because they've got no land. So for the family of national parks to come together and divvy up how they're going to deliver this, I think it is a step forward, and it's much easier to demonstrate the impact of national parks to government if we have a single offer. So good stuff. The recommendation is to agree the 3 locally appointed targets stemming from the PLTOF, whatever that is, and approve the adoption and incorporation of them in outcomes in the National Park Management Plan. On page 35, are we happy to take that? Anybody against that? No, I'll take that as read. So, thank you, Paul. We move on then to page 4 in review, which is page 33. Tom?
Yeah, that's over to me. So, it's a little bit of a double act between me and Judith, because it includes the usual review of the last round of parish forums in the spring. But one of the items that we took to each of those parish forum meetings, which I mentioned and we briefly discussed under my chief exec's report at the last NPA meeting, was an intention to review the format of the parish forums. I think we indicated as officers that we didn't feel the format was sustainable going forward, and therefore was right for review. We took that to those parish forum meetings with a short paper which is appended to the main report, inviting feedback and comments from parish forums and parish councils. We had some lively debate at parish forum meetings and feedback from parish councils, both at the meetings and in writing, which was really, really helpful. I've hesitated from making recommendations at this stage, partly because I want to invite some feedback and input from members about how you feel we should evolve. I think we still feel as officers that we should refine the format, and there were a number of areas where I think we got enough of a steer from parish forums or parish councils that they'd be content to see some changes. For example, reducing the frequency of meetings, merging the northern and the coastal forum areas, where possible, moving to a hybrid format, which would particularly help the Western Parish Forum, and potentially changing the name of the forums from parish to community forums. But before I make recommendations, which I intend to do for September NPA, I'd welcome any input from members on the summary of the feedback that I've included within the paper.
Thank you, Tom. It's not like you not to make a recommendation until September. Members' views, Janet.
Thanks, Tom. I'm not sure about the community title. I'm not sure that that is going to reflect what we want. I'm surprised that I'm really surprised at the cost, because when you look at how many officers attend those meetings, I cannot believe it is only £6,000. They're repeated twice a year in sort of three areas. So I'm surprised at those costs. And sometimes it just reaches a small amount of people, doesn't it? So I do think a hybrid offer as well, reflecting how things are changing anyway with government guidelines. I think that would be really useful. And I'm a bit ambivalent, because I really do want to make sure that we connect with our communities, but it isn't doing it. In its current shape, it isn't doing it. So I'm grateful that the review's been done. I look forward to recommendations, but I think I'm not sure if once a year, could it be once a year linked to the planning, which is appreciated, and then have one event that does the planning as a major, and then something else afterwards. But those are my observations, and I think it is more costly than that's personally. Thank you very much.
It's an interesting point you say that, because one of the things that we get a lot of feedback from parishes is how much they welcome the planning trading events that we do. So, yeah. David Jeffels.
Thanks, Jim. I think it would be wise to reflect on why the forums were established in the first place. It goes back to the days when the relationship between many parish councils and the National Park Authority were not good. And we had a new chief executive who came on the scene, David Arnold Foster, and he introduced the concept of parish forums. Sadly, David passed away suddenly and wasn't able to really take them forward as he intended. Nevertheless, they have existed to varying degrees of success in terms of number of people who have attended them. And I think it is important that there is a good voice, a good opportunity for parishes and the people living in the rural areas to come forward and make their views known. It's good for the park authorities' image. I tend to disagree with Janet about the terminology of community forum. I think if we did use the word community, it gets away from the potential limitation that these forums are only there for parish councils. I think if we could widen it to encourage the public as a whole in the villages to take an interest, that will be to their advantage and indeed the National Park Authorities as well. Probably the merger of the northern and the coastal forums might not be a bad idea, but I would like to see them continue in principle. Thank you, Chairman.
Go on, Malcolm.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I mean, clearly something's got to change. The fact that you have these meetings and you have more officers there than members occasionally at times, something clearly has to change. I have to say, on the Western Area Forum, that tends not to occur. And I think I'll come to what we said at the last forum meeting in a minute. Just another point, though. There's four of us who are elected by the parish councils, and these two forums each year are my only opportunity of meeting face to face with the parish councillors who elect me. And it's usually one of the few times when they can actually meet. You know, the Western Area parish councillors get together and talk about, not necessarily in the meeting, but outside the meeting, about, you know, things that affect them. So I find the meeting extremely useful, both personally and professionally. And I would have thought that there are certain ways that we can make them happen twice a year without, you know, and still reduce the resources that it takes. When we discussed this at the Western Area Parish Forum, fairly quickly the general view came out that they too would like to have 2 meetings a year. One of the problems is it's such a large area, north to south, that if we have a meeting in the north, the implication is that the people from the south tend not to be there, and vice versa. And it was suggested that we ought to have these meetings actually in Helmsley, in this building, and the advantage of that would be you could invite people on Teams, so you don't have to come to a meeting to have those sorts of discussions. And that seems quite a useful way forward to me for the Western Area Forum. I'm not suggesting that that is a template to be rolled out to the south or the north stroke coast. But I would have thought that having set up a forum of parish councils, you can to some extent leave it to them the way they want to operate themselves for a couple of meetings and see how it goes. So I hope that whatever we come up with retains a flexibility that I can go back to the Western Area Forum and say, this is what you wanted. As National Park Authority, we're happy to enable you to do that. and also in doing that we will save the resources for the National Park Authority. Thanks, Jack.
Thanks for that. Anybody else? Go on, Colin.
Thanks, Jim. Just reading down, limiting the length of meetings to an hour, which is fine. Ranger updates to be provided in writing. I think really, you know, the ranger or the chief ranger should be there to answer questions as to what's going on. I mean, there's only two, isn't there? So if they can't attend these meetings to address the parish councils as to what's going on in the area, then, you know, it's a pretty poor job, really.
Did you want to say something, Bob?
Thank you, Chair. You know, there's an awful lot of effort and expense goes into putting the forums on. And to have a low turnout must be extremely disappointing for those who've put all the work into it. From my own experience, the last meeting we had, because we've got the problem of the fracking, we had a lot of people turned up with the intention of, you know, asking questions about the fracking. We did manage to be able to give a lot of them a chance to ask the questions, but unfortunately, we're lacking on advice to be given out. Personally, I had to take a neutral ground as chair because I sent an extremely strong objection into Scarborough, and I thought we might have a conflict of interest with that one. So I did my job as a chairman and tried to give everybody a fair turn. The staff there, they enabled that to happen, which was good. So we had compliments at the end. Sorry, we had compliments after the meeting from people because they'd been given the opportunity. But that, what I'm getting at is, had it just been a normal parish council or a normal forum without the implication of the already fracking lot, I think it would have been a disappointing turnout. So it's getting people there that want to be there. And there was no unpleasantness that night, none at all. It was a pleasure to be involved with them. So that's my experience, and I think I would support the 2 meetings a year until we can come up with a better routine. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks for that. Given the recommendations, let's think about it. I think I'll make a couple of comments. I'll come to Clive, and we need to move on because we're already over by sandwich time. But I think it is clear, you know, that attendance is disappointing. I think part of that is because that people are getting the information that they need in other ways. And as David says, the relationships with parish councils are better. I just point out, you know, in our national parks governance model, having a framework that communicates the parishes with the members that are appointed for parishes is really useful. Not all national parks have that, but it's a way of giving some accountability to those parishes in those areas by selecting their member that comes on the national park. And I think if we lost the forums altogether, we lost that governance accountability, it would be difficult to replace it with something else. I don't fancy a park-wide election or something like that, because you tend to get a sort of single person coming up with single issues. And, you know, it would be the fracking or something, as opposed to having someone that those members and parishes, as Malcolm says, can be their representative. So I think it's important to us to find a way of making it sustainable. I think the cost is surprisingly low, actually, and I think it could be lower still. And so it's not just about the cost; it's about the sort of value of it, isn't it? And I do think planning training is something they like. I think that there's a big range there's just a big range in the parishes. Some of them are very tech savvy, very active, very busy. Others rely on a few volunteers that do it in their spare time, and there's a lot of demands on parish councils which are really not compensated for, and yet there's an awful lot of bad stuff that could happen. So parish governance isn't in a great place altogether. But I do think, I think if you could help parishes get online, then we could deliver training events, rangers updates, and stuff like that. We could do them all at a single go, couldn't we? The whole of the National Park forums could log into a meeting where the two rangers stuff gave an update. So that would be something we could do. I think having them all get together for a powwow is really useful. You can't beat face to face. And I think probably, once a year we could still manage to go down to their places and have place-based meetings and go to different places, get to different people, as you say. So I think that's my thought, but I'd hesitate to ditch it altogether just because I think we'd struggle to replace our governance arrangements with anything kosher. I don't know, it's been a useful discussion, Tom, if there's something in there that's been helpful to you.
Yeah, I'll got on yet. No, as always, helpful. I mean, we shouldn't fix what's not broken, and the annual planning training event which Chris and his team hold is brilliant, and the feedback that we get is really appreciated. There is an opportunity to bolt a little bit more onto that, although I wouldn't want to detract from the quality of the training that the planning team deliver. We know that the annual joint forum is generally well supported. We'll see in a few weeks' time when we hold the next one. And as officers, we don't absolutely don't resent putting the time into good community engagement, and that's why I wouldn't want to make a big feature of the costs and all that. Judith and I did a little bit of homework. We think those are sort of reasonable estimates, but it's kind of neither here nor there. What matters to us is knowing that we're communicating as effectively on a two-way basis. And what's clear is that we're not getting to parish councils, and more broadly, we're not getting to, other than through the Moore's Messenger, we're not getting to communities. So I would favour evolving the forum, because if we just carry on doing what we've always done, we'll get the same result, frankly. So I would be looking to make recommendations that change the way that we operate these when I come back in September.
Okay. Well, I look forward to that. And I think I just done a bit of work with the Foundation for Common Land, sort of in Commons, identifying who the organisations are in your place, who you could be relying on. And so, if we asked parish councils to identify the number of organisations in their patch that were relevant, be they gardening clubs, fitness clubs, running clubs, all that stuff. And I think going to those organisations and saying, can you bring someone to us, as opposed to just sort of going to the public, might be a more sustainable way of getting a wider input. I dare say, parishes of those places will identify the people who are representative groups in their place that we could maybe tap into. So that might get us a bit more traction as well. We'll look forward to coming back to it in September. So the recommendation is note the issues raised and consider the feedback. Right then, so quickly, that is the Chief Executive's report. This is there on page 43.
Thanks, Chair. In the interests of time and your sandwich allocation, I think we should just. It was a pretty comprehensive report. Obviously, spending review, the outcome of that, I suppose, the sort of key thing to flag. But we won't be any clearer in understanding how that shakes out in terms of departmental business planning for some months. So I'll take the rest of it as read.
Questions for Tom, Jane?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was a very, I would say, excellently concise report, actually. Thank you very much, with some really good things. I just wanted to find out, so when it mentions that, say, something that has been officers work closely with Conservation and Climate Forum on finalising the response, how does that pan out? How do you work, just out of interest? What's the influence? How does it work? What is the strategy side, and what is the practical side of how they work together on that?
I mean, the way I encourage, I mean, it's primarily Bryony and Joel, but the way I encourage them to work is to be liaising with the chair and on occasion, if the forum's not due to meet, outside of the forum. And so a good example would be the to and fro that we had with members of the Conservation and Climate Change Forum over the recent consultation that Bryony referred to earlier on burning. It's important that we anchor any response in any agreed NPA policy, which in that instance we did. But it did raise that conversation with the forum, raised the question that there is a need for a deeper dive at some point in the future year. So I kind of feel that helped to surface an issue on which there's a keenness from members of that forum to have a much more considered debate about our policy, with a view then to coming back to National Park Authority. National Park Authority ultimately is the body here that decides authority policy, which then we seek to execute through officers.
Good. Yeah, but, I think the interactions with the head of department and the forum chair in between times are critical, because that's how the chair can tell whether or not it's something that, in their experience, the forum members want a closer look. I mean, I do it all the time with the national stuff. I can go to the national stuff and everyone's talking about their national parks, and they say something about the North York Moors, and I think, I thought, what would our members think of that? And you soon get to know whether you think you need to say, actually, hang on a minute, this needs to go to members. And I think that's a critical part of the interaction. Go on, Patrick.
Yes, and Jane, just to reassure you, after following that consultation and the toing and froing on the response, that subject on heather and grass and burning will come back to the Climate Change Forum later this year. That's what we've concluded.
Okay. No other questions for Tom? Okay. So the recommendation is that members note and comment, the content of the report. I'm running up to Stephen now. And on the record, which is page 52, I think it's just the meetings, isn't it?
Yeah.
So no decisions to make on the record. Meeting dates for your information. Reports from members of outside bodies. It's Colin on the trust. Do you want to say anything, Colin?
I've got a report here, Chair, that I'll read out as it's happened on the trust just lately. Switch it on. Trust updated its articles to include a new object on health and well-being through connection with nature, and remove the clause naming NPA CEO as default chair. 3 trustees will be drawn from the NPA, members or officers. These changes were approved by the Charity Commission and Companies House. Tom stepped down as chair at our last meeting, and is being replaced by Rebecca Buckley, who has taken on the job of chair. On projects, the Trust completed a pilot of its Stepping Stones to Nature programme, taking nature and the National Park into schools, serving the most deprived communities surrounding the National Park. The programme works with children aged 7 to 9 for a year through nature-based and curriculum-linked activities designed to support their health, development and learning, building confidence and nature knowledge. The project featured in the Yorkshire Post and the Guardian, with the BBC showing interest. Just on that, there was the local MP, headmasters and school teachers were all very interested in coming forward to promote even their schools. There has been new schools taken on for this coming year. We did say that we will put the money in to be able to run the course for the next year. But this has been looked in. I believe the funds are coming forward for that to be taken on board. The Trust continues to deliver Birds on the Edge, Trust Treks, Nature Prescriptions and host the Catchment Partnership. On funding, the Trust secured 2,500 from ICL Bowlby for stepping stones, 2,500 for Trust Treks from Ramble Worldwide, 10,000 for additional Birds on the Edge management from Wharfdale Foundation, 11,000 for the Birds on the Edge supplementary feeder project from Farming and Protected Landscapes, and 3,000 to fund NPA's Art of Being project. A 56,000 bid for stepping stones is pending, with discussions ongoing for nature prescribing funding. Income diversification. The Trust continues to grow unrestricted incomes through partnerships, with Forge Valley Roasters joining Rounton's Coffee and Whitley Distillery as corporate partners. If you want to see the new orchard that we've planted down the whole of Orcombe, it's a good walk out. I wanted helicopter to come for us when we were coming back, but I didn't get it. In collaboration with Rounton's and the NPA, Rounton's did invite us back to their Rounton's coffee place in, I've forgotten the name where it is. It's which? Yes, it is. That was what it is. I didn't manage to go, to be fair, but they had a good morning out there. On the financial side, we appointed new accountant, and as its accounts for 23-24 prepared and are due to be approved and submitted in July. And thank you very much.
Sorry, thanks, Colin. If we could have an item on the trust for some stage, yeah.
Yeah, we'll perhaps see whether James and Rebecca can join us in December, maybe.
Yeah, because there's a lot of important stuff that they're sort of starting, like the health and well-being and the nature. Yeah.
Is it possible to get a copy of that, Con? Because there's a lot of information I have circulated to members. Because I got.
No, if you want.
Well, I've got
yes,
most of it.
I'll get it.
There was a lot, wasn't there?
I'll get it sent out.
Thank
yeah.
you very much. Thank you very much.
There was one thing I haven't put on. James is now on full time, which that was only appointed 2 or 3 months ago now, isn't it? And also he's looking for a member of staff to work with him to help with his workload, because at the moment he's doing a hell of a lot of work, and 5 days a week doesn't cover it really. But you know, a member of staff will help him out and push the trust forward. And the work that's going on is, or the work that he's doing, and different angles going forward. You know, it will all come to fruition in the end, because is meeting the mayor's office and mayoral objectives as to what's going forward. You know, the amount of work he's doing, putting the name out there is unbelievable. So, you know, good on him. He's an asset to the trust.
Thanks, Colin. If there was a written report that could be circulated beforehand, it would help members think about questions, etc. they wanted to ask.
Just that meeting was only held on 12th of June.
Yeah.
So, the campaign for national parks, David's kindly put us a report on that.
The report, Mr. Chairman. Members will see meetings from my things focus almost entirely on governance. Some members may well find some of the suggestions that were made quite controversial. And for that reason, I've made a suggestion that perhaps we could spare half an hour or so at the future seminar going into the recommendations that CNP were putting forward. But other than that, nothing else.
We touched on this at the last members' update, so I won't say it again, but at the last members' update, CNP have got a campaign on governance, and we shall see how we get on. Yeah. So I think that's it for reports from outside bodies. That just brings us on to the feedback from lead members on committees and forums. In the view of the time, I know there's a little bit of work to do here, but if you could please just keep to the minimum for time, because I know members have got stuff to get on with. So, Conservation and Climate Change Forum, 22nd of April.
I'll be very brief, Chair. We had an excellent meeting in April and very well attended. We had 3 topics. There's a good set of minutes up on the members' website if anyone wants to read. We discussed the Brian introduced the concept of the white rose forest, which is this is mainly made up of local authorities and protected landscapes, really on target to plant trees over the next 25 years. And the forum not broadly endorsed the strategy, and that I said that I would report this back at the NPA today. So more information is on the website on that. Tom Stevenson gave us an excellent presentation on the NPA's Climate Action Plan, the CAP, not the Common Agricultural Policy, the Climate Action Plan, which will be in place by September 25. And the aim of this CAP is to get to net zero by 2050. And this is a report that we'll be updating annually. And it's also a document the forum will be reviewing regularly, and we'll do so again in October. And lastly, we had a very good, if slightly eccentric, presentation from an excellent man called Jonathan Holmes, who's a soil scientist, agroecologist, he calls himself. And his presentation is again up on the website. I'm sure soil health might not at first sight be the most fascinating topics, but it is incredibly important, and he made it very enjoyable, and I'm sure it'll inform policy.
Yeah.
So it was a good session. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. It's really helpful. I just said to Tom, I think we need to get this sooner in the agenda, because sometimes the work of the forums and what that leads to is really important to this authority, and I think we should be doing this sooner while members are a bit fresher. Recreation well-being, Janet?
Thank you. I will be very brief. It is on the SharePoint, but I've done a report because, and it's quite lengthy, apologies for that, and it is on the SharePoint, so it's repetitive, but it's just in case people haven't had a chance to look. The forum is not a decision-making body, as we know, yet at the forum we did look at the four priorities that we had for cycling, walking, the LCD, the infrastructure plan. So, and I just wanted to draw members' attention to that, because there are 4 priority areas that are listed in there, and the forum did really look at that, scrutinised it, and were unanimous in recommending that the National Park Authority endorse its approval for that. So I think that's really important. However, I do think that's something that is in it's officer delegations, I think, isn't it, Joe? So it's officer delegations. So we haven't made a decision, but I just wanted to be absolutely clear that these 4 priorities are things that we looked at, scrutinised, and are very happy with. And then the only other point I wanted to say, because Patrick didn't claim any glory and should have done, the joint forum meeting that we had on Monday last week was excellent, and thank the officers for all the time and dedication put to that. It was really well attended by members, and we enjoyed the experience of the truffled hog as well, our new caterers. And our changing places. We could see the changing places at Sunbank as well, which is excellent. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Jane. So the forum it has a recommendation. I don't see it quite. What was the forum's recommendation to authorities?
The four priorities are the 4 priority corridors for the local cycle.
There's a recommendation to officers, Chair.
It's an officer recommendation, but the forum, we looked at those 4. So Great Ayton, Gisborough, Thursday Helmsley, Esquire, and Scotland, those forum reports. So it's just highlighting that some others didn't miss it.
Sure. I mean, I think the recommendation can be made to this authority. I mean, this authority shouldn't decide on it without having an officer's report and doing the whole stuff. But I think the forum can and should make a recommendation, and then that will need to be dealt with.
Yeah, it is making a recommendation. And that's why I've drawn your attention to it. That's the recommendation of the forum.
Great. So are members happy to accept the forum's deliberations on that?
Yes.
No? Good. I mean, I think it's really important. I think it's what the forum should do. It's not to say it's done and dusted, but it's acknowledging the work of the forum and hopefully, building on it. Then, we've got EDI. Arnold isn't here. Did you want to say anything about that, John, or anyone to pick up?
Unfortunately, I wasn't at that meeting. Actually, my apologies.
Okay, well, maybe just let that one live. There was no recommendation, Joe?
I can just give a very, very brief, just to say what was covered. Again, the EDI group met on the 12th of June, and we reviewed the work of the group for over the previous 6 meetings in terms of impact and what it wanted to do more of. There was also a chance for the EDI group to meet with Claire Roberts, who is our new head of people. So it's going to play a key part in some of the work that have immediate equalities implications, such as our volunteering strategy. That was very good. We also discussed how we take forward some work on equalities training, in particular taking forward the strand around the vision for belonging work, which we talked to members about earlier this year as well. So there'll be more information on that, which will come out soon. And then the final item that was considered, which was a very useful discussion, was around EDI considerations for any proposed new headquarters, and in particular an overlay of some of those minor things, not necessarily the things that are required by building regulations, but just some of the things to consider within that. And that was a really helpful discussion with Helen, which will then be worked into the property working group, and obviously with the architects and the designers as well. Thanks, Chair.
Great. Thanks for that, John. And before we've got the joint forum, which Janet's mentioned, we'll consider that done. I'm sorry to miss it myself. Yeah. And then finally, it's Trask, which is there a written report from you, Colin?
There's a written report there, Chair.
Great.
Ask any questions. Pete will answer them if you want.
No, good. Well, no. Thank you for doing that. Great. There's no question on that. I think that brings us to. We've done the private item, so that brings us to such other business, which I have none. So thanks ever so much for your time and attendance. Thank you to officers, and call the meeting to a close. Thank you.